last week. That was a planned absence due to the local game dev meetup. I also may not actually be broadcasting right now. Let's just double check that. Okay, we've got quality options. I'm going to assume that my audio is fine, and we're ready to go. But yes, Wednesday has sort of become the unofficial day for, or I guess I'm making it official now, for new entries by the wonderful folks at Brace Yourself Games. This, of course, creates some complications because they have got two really good games in early access right now, Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade. And because of this meetup that I go to, it does sometimes mean that one or the other gets sort of the short end of the stick. So I really do want to go back to Industries of Titan, but my plan while I'm doing Stellaris and Hollow Knight has been to always do the game with the most recent update, which in this case I understand is Phantom Brigade, which is loading right now, by the way. I'm not deliberately taking my time to babble, although I do have a tendency to do that. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. Now, I have been a bit tied up for the last little while, so I've really been enjoying the Brace Yourself streams. They have a very active Twitch account, and there's been it's been a lot of fun to be able to catch a couple of these previews of the updates before they come in, but I actually haven't seen what's coming in this update, so I'm really interested in seeing what's up. But as always, let's get the disclaimers out of the way. Early access. Welcome to the Brigade. We are excited for you to experience Phantom Brigade and to have you help shape its development during its early access period. During the course of development, some aspects of the game might feel rough, sparse, or buggy. Every month we'll release a major update, which will include bug fixes, new features, and quality of life improvements for players. We appreciate your patience and feedback throughout this process as we work to deliver the most important features and fixes. From the main menu, check out our early access roadmap to see what's coming next for Phantom Brigade. Reach out to us via the Brace Yourself Games Discord community, or read the latest patch notes for the latest changes and known issues. Thank you for joining us on this journey, and we look forward to making Phantom Brigade better and better with your help. Seizure Warning. A very small percentage of people may experience a seizure when exposed to certain visual images, including flashing lights or visual patterns. These seizures may have a variety of symptoms, including lightheadedness, altered vision, eye or face twitching, jerking or shaking of arms or legs, disorientation, confusion, or momentary loss of awareness. Immediately stop playing and consult a doctor if you experience any of these symptoms. If you or any of your relatives have a history of seizures or epilepsy, it is recommended that you consult a doctor before playing. Powered by WWise. All right. So, new update, which means I really don't like making a meal out of the update notes, but this one in particular, I want to know what's in the new game. But before we do that, I will take a look at the roadmap. And I also want to say one thing about the Discord server. I was late to the party on this. These actually filled up very close to sort of to release. But I did notice there was a forum for basically, hey, Cured Charlie, how you doing? I'm sorry I missed your message at the during the vodcast yesterday. I sent you a quick DM because I feel like I've missed your messages a couple of times during those vodcasts. I was just in another window doing some work, so I wanted to at least communicate, hey, I'm not deliberately ignoring you. I really screwed up. So I'm glad you came back so I could wish you a hello in person and on time. Okay, so the reason why I wanted to mention the Discord, other than the fact that I'm a big fan of Brace Yourself Games and such things, was they very recently put out a call for playthroughs. So basically it was a 2-hour play session to give the team a chance to sort of watch you play the game and ask some questions. Like I said, I missed out in terms of being able to sign up for one. It looks like there was a lot of response, which is great because it means that the game will be better for it. But I do know that some of the slots that were a little bit late in getting filled were for new players. So if you haven't put a lot of time in Phantom Brigade, or just generally if you're interested in this kind of engagement with the developers, this is just another example of how active the Discord is, how involved the developers are. I cannot count the number of times I've said something in the comments on there and had somebody from Brace Yourself respond to them. So if one of the appeals to early access games to you is that kind of attention and interaction with the developers, you really do want to be getting in on that Discord. So, With that in mind, I am going to get the roadmap out. Actually, just because that also kind of comes off as a little bit of a sales thing, it is also worth mentioning that Brace Yourself has given me a key to Phantom Brigade as well as Industries of Titan for promotional purposes. As I always say, my enthusiasm is genuine. I probably wouldn't be playing these games at this point if I didn't. I feel like I've done quite a bit of time in these games. But with that in mind, it's good to disclose this sort of stuff off the top. I have no idea how Twitch DMs work. Oh no, it's not a big deal. I mean, some people just don't look at DMs at all, which I think is probably the sane way of doing things. But I felt like I owed you an explanation because I don't know, like it never feels good to feel like you've been ignored. So great work at finishing college, and you're working now. So that's great to hear. Okay, so. We just got out of the Arsenal update. I haven't seen all of the energy weapons yet. We haven't necessarily been able to catch all of them. Wow, this tree really looks like a mech. This entry, they say quality of life 2, so inventory management UI, improved liveries, improved weapon UI, and rebalanced factions. So I'm going to be interested in seeing what this is. I'm going to take a look at the release notes to see what's going on. In June, so next month, we will be getting the beam weapons, I believe. So I was misattributing the energy weapons of Arsenal 3 to Miss Ariella. Long time no see. Well, that's not true. I've seen you on your channel. Guys, I don't always get a chance to shout out Miss Ariella, but she is a wonderful Australian streamer. I got to meet her in Vancouver, where the lovely folks at Brace Yourself are based. Miss Ariella is actually another streamer. One of the things that's really great about Miss Ariella's channel is that she gets a lot of offers for keys, and unlike me, she actually seems able to... Oh, you sweetheart. This is why I say the nice things about streamers, because they'll give me their hard-earned money. So Miss Ariella is really good at supporting. Miss Ariella is really good at supporting a lot of smaller developers. She really seems to play just about every key that comes into her inbox. And so, if you want to see some interesting independent games, very often Miss Ariella is the place to go. A lot of you have also gotten a chance to see one of her mods kicking around the chat quite a bit, Olaf T. Harry, and I'll never take it back. But they have been doing the Borderlands series together, which has been really enjoyable. I actually started playing Borderlands 2 again, off of kind of the enthusiasm that the two of them were showing for those games. So in addition to the fact that Miss Ariella is a good friend and somebody who I've been really happy to sort of keep in touch with, admittedly sporadically at times. But Miss Ariella is somebody who I'm really glad kept in touch with me when she moved back to Australia. It's been wonderful to sort of see her, go off and have adventures and do things, and just to be able to catch up with her streams. So in addition to just being a really nice person, very friendly individual, she's somebody who I can recommend in terms of the merits of her stream. Also, she's really fond of this. I don't know. It's kind of like a Dragon Age clone, but it's like set in space. And apparently they did like a remastered or legendary edition or something like that. I don't know. It's like it's an indie, right? Like Ariella tends to play these like smaller games. So I'm sure she'll probably be interested in something like that too. I don't know. You play like a Space Shepherd or something like that. But I haven't really seen like a lot of flocks. But Dragon Effect. Hey, Adelaide, how you doing? I was trying to talk up your observations that you've been doing in the Discord. I know that all the slots are filled up. I didn't get a chance to. Well, I mean, I guess I could just send you my videos if you really want to see them. But yeah, hopefully some people who are not already in the Discord are joining that. I hope those are going well for you. I actually didn't get a chance to see the Monday stream, so I'm catching up with all of the new details. But now that I know now that I know VIPs in addition to Miss Ariella are the channel, I should probably get on to seeing what's new. Yeah, in June, so I had misattributed the beam weapon to the energy weapon, so that's apparently coming next month. Improved combat environments and campaign UI improvements. You often watch streamers to get feedback. I've always, actually, so there's a couple of games in the past where I got some very nice emails after the fact. One of them said is like, we're looking for some footage for the trailer, and you did this really, like, you have this really nice layout on your board. Do you mind if we use that? And I'm like, I don't even think you need to ask for permission. I'm playing your game without asking you. So I got a little bit of a peek behind the scenes, but I honestly don't know how you folks kind of find the time to watch streamers, because there's a lot that gets put into this game. I'm happy for it, obviously, but I did want to talk about the new update. Oh, are the new updates not? I've got an update for Lock, Shock, and Barrel. Thank you, Adelaide. I mean, it's a little bit. I guess you can click release notes and it should display. Okay. I'm in my browser right now. Sorry, I should show you folks what I'm looking at. I'm getting the experimental branch from the 5th, but I don't. You know what? I got an idea. Oh, this won't work because I won't have the... Oops. Well, it was worth a shot. Or am I mistaking, are the experimental notes the proper patch notes? So I really should not be wasting my time on this, but I was hoping to... Oh, well, no big deal. I think the Discord might have them as well. I mean, we could just jump in and see what's going on anyway. But let's just take a quick look. Phantom patch notes. Update, livery or death is live. Oh, here we go. So it looks like they are... Okay, so here's another great reason for all of you to check out the... to check out the Discord. I went to the Phantom patch notes here and clicked on them. So, overheating your mechs won't be the only way for Let Them to be hot in this month's update. With a whole host of new liveries and materials added for customizing your mechs, you'll have the enemy melting at your mechanical feet. Also, I keep forgetting, Brace Yourself does really wonderful trailers, so I'm sorry, I'm completely wasting Adelaide's time here, but I'm going to treat you all to the trailer, because I haven't seen this trailer. All right. So, as always, I'm very excited for to play the game after this. But I am going to take a minute here to take a look at the patch notes so I know what I'm getting myself into. So, I won't read all of them, but I'll definitely read the highlights. So, livery delivery, new liveries and materials added, live to fight another day, improved retreat action, UI enhancements, improved combat targeting and armor UI, equilibrium, rebalanced early provinces, which I'm assuming we're out of now, so I will... I don't know if we'll get to those. Phantom Brigade is in early access, which means that we are actively updating and adding new content based on a roadmap and your wonderful feedback. We will update Phantom Brigade on the third Tuesday of every month. You can expect the next major update on Tuesday, June the 15th at 11 a.m. Pacific time. See the full patch notes below. And the metal arm is an indication of change that came as a result of community feedback. So again, please go in the Discord. Enemy units received liveries based on military branch, role for the group that they belong to in the military quality, added new materials to liveries. I think this is accounting for all the shininess that you saw in that trailer. New liveries, it is now possible to paint all of the parts at once and edit livery. Cool. I think I actually tend to go for, well no, I don't always go for uniform, so. Oh god, these look really good. This paints the entire mecha base color, all individual part liveries can be applied on top. Cool. For he that fights and runs away, retreating is now triggered from a new timeline action, not only from entering the retreat zone. This allows for better control as to which units are retreating and when. Units won't do anything if a retreat is placed on the timeline while outside of the retreat zone. Retreat action is no longer available when retreat is not possible. Improved combat UI. Projectile path prediction and optimal ranges now account for cover. Added a widget to help guide shield targeting. Oh, cool. More improvements made to melee targeting UI to show the path of the weapon more accurately. That's one that I have a feeling I'm going to be singing the praises of over and over again. Change the overheat threshold on a unit summary to overheat point, and rewrote steps in the tutorial scenario, which I should really just end the playthrough that I'm on, and then I will probably do the tutorial again so we can see how it goes, because I would love to do the Industries of Titan tutorial video I did was surprisingly popular, so I feel like being able to do one for Phantom Brigade would be good as well, although possibly irrelevant due to the changes to the tutorial scenario. Improved targeting UI. Hovering the reticle over a targeting range will show a green cone for high effectiveness and red if it's out of range. Guided weapons do not show the above cones. All weapons show proper projectile trajectories. Cover will now cast a shadow behind them in the effective range and increase the brightness of the turret scanning zones. Weapon and armor UI. Detailed stats on weapons are now hidden by default, reveal them by holding control. I'm glad I read this patch note because I'm sure I would have been yelling about this for way too long. Weapons are now have descriptions for traits such as incendiary, destabilize, and etc. Rename standard assault rifle to Astra. Dismantle multiple items at once. Selecting the name will select a single part. Selecting the checkbox will select multiple, and then use the context menu to dismantle selection. Did I even know that I could dismantle weapons? Because I'm sitting on a big pile of stuff that I haven't used. Parts can now be compared by selecting a part and then hovering over another one on the list. Another wonderful change here, because obviously I talked about this a couple of times in terms of just having to bounce around on a few different things, so I am liking all of these changes so far. Added icons and colors to output damage on weapons to indicate damage types. And of course, this is the last few updates, we've been getting a ton of new damage types, so this is good. Oh, actually, yeah, I can definitely see where I'll take advantage of these. The one challenge is I'm really set in my group ways, so I should probably get a little bit more. I should probably get a little more experimental in my loadouts. Elevated hybrid tanks. Elevated tanks can now spawn with mech weapons. Melee. Hopefully they surrender in the first turn still. Melee animation improvements to transitions out of melee and transitions in dashing. That'll probably actually help with... So I think I was misattributing a few things to like either being bugs or not hits. And they were actually the product of me misreading the animation as opposed to them actually being misses. So I'll be curious how that helps out with my perceptions. Music2R's new ambient track in the mission briefing. This is a wonderful score, by the way. Added new UI sound effects to the roadmap, generate seed and randomize seed buttons. Ones that, well, I use roadmap, but I haven't messed around with the seed buttons yet. And then rebalancing, so rebalance tutorial province. Okay, so I did read everything, but rebalance tutorial provinces to be less difficult. Improved how heat and damage are calculated. Remove turrets from the space in Osbagger while. Increased the difficulty of elevated tanks and the added barrier to them. Restructured enemy unit groups in combat scenarios. This means combat length is reduced. Increased loot level and quality. Improved equipment distribution across factions and unit groups. And improved role diversity in unit groups. So basically the AI is going to be clobbering me with combined arms. Not that that stopped them from before. Okay. So, for those of you that do not like patch notes, shame on you. But the time for gameplay has arrived. Although, let me just take a minute here because I have 1,000,001 tabs in my browser that I would like to restore and then close. And then only 20 minutes. This is good time for me. Now, Miss Ariella, if you are still around and I've not completely scared you off by all of my babbling, you will definitely know why I like this game. But the thing that I like the most about Phantom Brigade is I really feel like this is a game in the style that I enjoy. So, like, if you've ever played, I don't know if you've ever played XCOM, but turn-based tactics games like XCOM would be a good comparison, or Into the Breach is another example that I like to use. But what's unique about this one is that I feel they've really put an effort into making this thing sort of comprehensible to to all play. Like I really do feel like they are. I feel like this game gives you a hand getting into it. And it just looks so cool. So am I peeking out on my mic, by the way? Because I'm seeing scary things in my window. Sorry, I'm a mess in terms of getting started, but let me just take a quick second in my sounds. It's a small adjustment. Okay, thanks. But yeah, no, I really do feel like this game has put some effort into making it approachable if you don't normally do these things. Now, there's a lot of meat to it. For instance, one streamer I'm really looking forward to playing this is Azure Wind. But I do actually really feel like this game is visually just well, not just visually. It's a feast for the senses. The sound, the music, the animations, it just looks so good. But I also really do feel, so I think basically getting this wonderful reward of sort of your own private little mech show is a huge reward and like reason to want to get into this game. But I really do feel like this game, like the interactions, a lot of the patch notes were about UI improvements, and actually for me, I actually really like how approachable the game is. Like basically being able to slide over all of your different actions and sort of game them out. There's a lot to think about, but I think the number of individual things that you need to do, you have a very small number of actions and a lot of possibilities that you get from, sorry, not very small, that makes it sound like the game's impoverished, but like basically there's a small set of things that you can do from your mechs. And it's more the combination of them and the timing of things that creates all of the interesting tactical choices. So, I don't know. For me, I'd like to think that makes the game approachable. But maybe I'm just wired differently. Okay, so obviously we can't do the livery update without at least taking a look at how we can prettify our mechs. We also hopefully have gotten some fancy new toys to play with. So let's take a look at our... gear. If nothing else, let's just take a look at what some of the options are. It looks like a lot of gray, which I may not be too interested in running with. Oh, that's right. We finally got our beloved Vulcan Ultra Heavy. Oh, good lord, look at that thing. I don't know if I don't think I'm gonna use it on this one. I gotta find a way of you know what? I'll build a new mech for the Vulcan, but I think I want to get myself back into up to speed. So okay, I don't think we're gonna be messing around too much with the. Oh dear. I think looks like the list exploded. This might be because I'm playing on the 1440 resolution. Anyways, it's not the end of the world. So I could mess with all the parts. Uh-oh. I probably have to click on it. I don't really want to mess with my look though. Oh, I was considering. Oh, that I think I had a different. I think I actually had a different sidearm now that I think of it. Okay, sorry. I just remembered that I had this shotgun. I had this shotgun sidearm. So let me just take a quick look here and see if I can find the old. It would have been a pistol. Oop. Maybe not. Or its color might have been reset. Really think I say sorry more than I do. It's entirely possible. I am Canadian, Ari. I mean, half Australian, but... Okay. I wasn't unhappy with this sidearm, so... Let's give it a fancy color. I wonder if there's a... I guess if I wanted to mess with the colors. Oh, actually, that looks pretty good. I need to pick the perfect color. I am liking some of the new livery choices, but I may need to give that... I may need to like do the fashion rolls a little bit later. Okay, we'll use the Arctic Sky on the new sidearm. Okay, I think I can save us a lot of time. So given the fact that all of these new things were great, I really do want to mess around with the mech customization, because as you can see, I'm running a fairly low, running a fairly low level group, and part of that is just my, the fact that I'm somewhat set in my ways in terms of all of my different gear and such. But I do want to show off some of the game, and I have a feeling that there's very little, if they're all gray options, that I'm actually going to take onto my my team. So let's read the mission description and let's go and see what we can beat up. So Bedrock 126, it's an experimental ops, camp skirmish, hit and run. Actually, Adelaide, Miss Ariella. So I used to live in Vancouver. I first worked in the film industry and then went to UBC. But I actually got to meet Miss Ariella in Vancouver at a Twitch streamer meetup before she moved back to Australia. So you're a big fan of Crypt of the Necrodancer, aren't you, Ari? It's the same group. Bedrock 126, Camp Experimental Ops, level 14, hit and run, no intel available. Target description, a small enemy encampment that sends out patrols. Attacking the camp may alert nearby squads, but eliminating all unit groups in the area before reinforcements arrive will allow for safe retreat and salvaging. Commander, the base is circled around to the perimeter. We're ready to pick up the squad if needed. So, the game that had you needing a nice cup of tea to calm down. So, eliminate all present hostiles before reinforcements arrive. Oh yes, I remember. So this is one of the ones where I got greedy and got clobbered. Retreat conditions, victory retreat becomes available if all hostiles are eliminated. Reinforcements arrive on turn 6, and I was too busy talking to find out. All right, that's an ultra heavy weapon. It looks like 3 contacts on the field. So, this thing is going to cut us in half if it can point and shoot at us. This looks like one of these rising tanks, or elevated tanks, and this is a good old-fashioned tank. I've gotten better at Crypt of the Necrodancer. I've now made it to stage 4, but I've not played it, and I don't have a Switch. I'd love to do Cadence of Hyrule, which I think I saw a credit for you on it. Like I know, kind of brace yourself. I know you're talking about this on the stream where there's a lot of. Oh, this is wonder. I get what you're saying about the about the intervention. This is a wonderful touch. Because I remember I used to be sort of like, am I around the corner or not? This is great. Yeah, I'd kind of like to try Kate's Fire, but I mean, if I still haven't beaten Crypt of the Necrodancer, I suppose I don't need to rush out and get a Switch yet. But yeah, so for those of you who are not familiar with Phantom Brigade, you can think of it sort of like, you know, XCOM, Into the Breach, all of the wonderful turn-based tactics games. And what you do is you set up your turn, so everybody sort of takes their actions at the same time. And the story in this game is that you're this insurgency that has access to an AI that will predict the actions of your opponents. It's worth saying the actions of your opponents as opposed to events in the future, because of course you are going to be affecting what your opponents can do. And so viable strategies might be, so actually here's a great one for me to start right away. If they're going to be targeting my melee unit through the hill, well, why do that? Why not just run forward? I mean, in this case, they're not actually going to wind up hitting their ally, but in this case here, you know, they're going to be moving their weapon to try and get me. In fact, I suspect they might have they might be targeting in that spot specifically because it's not possible to hurt their own folks. We can hope. But yeah, and of course there'll be viable strategies of you sort of running into the bad guys and having them bounce. You can kind of play ping pong with the enemy tanks, and just generally have a jolly good time. So you will set up your turn on what's kind of, if you've ever done any editing, like on an NLE, like Avid or Vegas or Final Cut Pro or Adobe Premiere, you sort of work out your actions on the timeline here. You generally get two tracks, usually movement-oriented and either firing or defense-oriented. So for instance, my big bruiser here has got a shotgun and a shield, and they usually kind of run in front of the worst of the fire and try to you know try to protect my allies. But some actions will be ones that will take up both. So for instance, you could dash. Hey, Cured Charlie, thank you very much for the sub. And I just saw that you are running off, so thank you very much for subbing and running. I hope you get a chance to see me have some fun with the Livery or Death update, because I'm really looking forward to. Well, you know, I really like Phantom Brigade. But thank you so much for the support. I hope I get a chance to spend a little bit longer with you than apologizing for not talking to you on Tuesday, and doing all the introductions. But yeah, in any case, so in this case where a game like XCOM might give you sort of two parts to a formal turn, I know in the original XCOM they gave you time units and that, but probably most people will be familiar with the modern Firaxis one. In this case here, you're going to be you've got this continuous time, and you're going to be working out your actions over it at this point. So my big priority right now is to take out these 3 units within 6 turns. It's also pretty clear that it's in my interest to have this nice big hill protecting my units. And so really what I want to be doing on this first turn is making sure that I can close the gap so that I can actually start getting some real damage done. And one of the things I'm going to be doing to just try and give myself a bit of an edge in this opening turn is take a look at who's being targeted by certain attacks. If I can't wind up getting the enemy to sort of fire into their own units, at the very least I want to keep my folks from getting hit. So for instance, let's take a look at these tanks again. We move up. So it looks like the elevated tank is going to be firing at so it looks like both shots are headed towards the shotgunner, the one with the big shield. Now, one thing I might be able to try and get away with is just to stay behind the hill. If I was feeling particularly nervous, I could always just put up the shield as a precaution. In this case, I don't really lose anything by doing that, so I'll bring it up. Although I think they said there was a shield targeting assist as well. Oh yeah, that's neat. I really like the fact, I think the intention here is to show you exactly what your angle of defense is. Does this mean that I could just pick on the... No, I have to pick a target that I'm pointing the shield towards. And I've also created a collision because I'm a dummy. So I'm sort of making a bit of a silly choice here in the sense that if I feel that this is dangerous enough for my my unit to have to put up its shield, it means that it's dangerous for my melee unit, but I don't actually think this tank is going to be able to shoot me. So this is more of a precaution than anything. So the last unit that's going to be attacked by the enemy, this is also an assault rifle, and it's going to be my behemoth. Now, my behemoth, first of all, doesn't really deserve that name anymore because I stripped out all of the big heavy armor. But number two, it's a bit of a weird one in the sense that it's got its long range attack. It's got a sniper rifle. So if you want an idea in terms of the range for this one, I can put it down. So really, it kind of wants to be standing still. I don't think this is actually in the range. This is a little bit more what the real range should be. I think this is actually probably the... Oh, no, it's not the missile range either. Either way, it's a little bit of a tough position for them to be in. So one thing I could try and do would be to jet up onto a building and see if I can, try and get some shots off. I think in this case here, I'm still going to wind up getting hit by, there's going to be things that are intervening. And then I suspect, so let's just give this the full... I'll just do something for a lark here. I think what this winds up succeeding in doing is opening up my unit to an attack. Interesting. So it seems to think that the hill is actually gonna block it. I'm not 100% sure that that's actually true. I should see if the lines are... Okay, so the lines are actually going to the center of the model now instead of the base. So... I should probably rely on them a little bit more, but I don't know, like, if you were to be shot, chat, would you really want this little hill of dirt to be the only thing between you and a bullet? So I think what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to bravely hide behind cover, and we can just lob missiles at the people who disagree with us. Sorry, that sounds really bad. I did not mean that in okay, now it's going to sound like I'm deliberately trying to bring it in. Obviously, the concept of lobbing missiles into places has taken on a really sad turn lately. I should probably acknowledge that before I say really careless things like that. So yes, my apologies, and I know some people will come to streams to, avoid... the events going on in the world, but it's probably important that we acknowledge it. So I apologize. That was not the best thing I could have said in the moment. But yes, I am going to be using my sidearm to take on the tank, and I'm just trying to think if there's a way that I can get the sniper rifle involved, and I think so most of the time that I've tried to use the behemoth, I put it up on a building, and it winds up just becoming a target instead of being something that gives me a good shot on the enemy. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to use the missile launcher, and what I might try and do is position them somewhere on this hill where they might either be able to get a couple of good shots on the tanks or possibly the autocannon. And then the Hermes, it's my fastest unit. I'm going to get them to sort of run around the side. Actually, and this is one where I can... So I may not be able to get the shot. Well, I don't exactly give myself a lot of cover when the next turn comes up, but I also think that they're going to have to cool down the right. So I can probably make my life a little easier by not doing the dashes, but I actually want to get in. I want to kind of get in and mess around with their formation a little bit earlier. So in this case, it'll just be one shotgun shot. I may have to sort of double back and run behind this cover. But if it means that the tanks are going to be directing their fire away from the people who are moving up against them, I think that's still a win for me. So now you get the big payoff, and you get to see the action happen. I'm not going to slow it down this time. Well, I might slow it down just to see whether or not the hit happened, but normally I wouldn't slow this down. So if it's going to hit... Okay, there's definitely stuff that was... Oh no, this is all bouncing off the edge of the hill, so we're okay there. I wonder if the preview accounted for the fact that this would be elevated. Okay, and we didn't get lucky in terms of the friendly fire, so it did tell us the truth there. But it does look like it was a good idea to raise the shield there, so let's think about how we're going to handle turn 2. So number 1, I probably want to see what's happening with the Hermes. Make sure that it's not being targeted by anything too scary. And it turns out it is. So I think my best option here, there's not a whole lot of cover for me in the area. Like, I think the best I could maybe hope for would be to run behind this hill, and maybe I have a jetpack. Actually, this is not that bad at all. So I was thinking that maybe I could take cover behind this building, but if it means that there's 2 enemy units that now have their back facing me, that's a pretty good trade-off. Okay, so if I wanted to start with more shotgun shots on the... Okay, that's kind of out of range now. So what if I wanted to go against the unit that's targeting me, also out of range? So let's keep doing the damage to the unit that I was originally focused on. Boy, this one runs hot. Okay, so if I do that, can I get away with a dash? Not in my wildest dreams. Okay. Just gonna try waiting a little while. I want to see if I can just eke out a little more action on this round before... Cool. I think it's probably a little too much to hope that I can get the shotgun off as well. And it's a little out of range too, so... Okay, so... Again, I'm taking a little bit of a risk doing this, but it's one that I'm willing to try. So we take some shots as we're out on the edge. They start firing with the ultra heavy. And it's possible we get tagged in the back at the end. Okay, so the question now is, what do I get for the space that my Hermes just bought me? So for instance, can I do anything meaningful with this sniper rifle? Okay, this is out of range, so I'm gonna have to go even further away. Yeah, I think it's probably safe to say, unless I set myself up on a building, the sniper rifle's really not gonna do anything. But what I might be able to hope for is a bunch of concussive damage on the... Sorry, it's been a while since I've had one of those bots. What I can maybe try and do is get some damage in on the Vulcan holder. Well, do I really want to be at close range there, though? Not really, so I think I'll just set myself up behind the hill and get ready for next turn. Now, I think probably my best bet here is just to take the... Oh, this is great. I think my best bet here is just to clobber the... clobber the tank. So I'll run up the hill. So that's pretty unambiguous. This is probably the better approach, though. And I don't think I'd be able to get away with a secondary one, but what happens if I... Nope, they're moving the wrong way, so... but what I can do is I can get in closer, so I'm going to be cooling down while the... while I do my approach. And so right around the time that they're ready to do their second, while they're reloading for the next set of heavy attacks, I'm going to be able to knock them on the ground with the axe. So the final step is to figure out what I'm doing with my heavy shotgunner. So one thing I'm relying on here is that my melee unit's going to be taking out this tank. So the tank should be crashing in response to the melee attack. And this means that my lumbering shield bearer has a little bit more freedom of movement. So if we just walk up the hill and do our thing, I think the best I can really hope for is a shotgun shot. Yeah. I mean, I suppose I can try a couple of dashes. I hope that doesn't mess too much with the... No, we should be able to manage. Nope, but then I bonk my melee unit in the head, so we'll wait a little bit. Walk up. And the real aim here is just to find a good spot to fire the shotgun. It's close to the end of the turn, it looks like. So does anybody have any preferences in terms of seeing this in high speed or slow motion? I know the melee attacks tend to look rather spectacular in slow motion, and we can appreciate all the animation work that went into it. Or would you like to just see this move on and see how the rest goes? Or I can make the decision myself, but I thought I would at least leave it to chat. Okay, I'll hit the button, and I'll just focus on the melee. You are the director? Oh, man, I'd always do it on slow motion if I could. Oh, that didn't take it out, though. They've got to surrender off of that. But... Okay, so that's 2 crashed tanks. That's good. I didn't see... Okay, so it looks like we did get tagged on the right arm. Okay, so they're crashing but not taking action at the end. They don't really seem to be doing anything right now. Oh no, it's fine, Ichi. I mean, like it's because as Adelaide says, it's like it's my playthrough, right? Like, not everybody gets to, like, it's my job to, hopefully I am being in some form entertaining. So, you know, it's up to me to make these kinds of decisions, but I wanted to at least give people a chance to see how things look. I think one thing that I really appreciate about the slow motion mode is Miss Ariella and I have this wonderful little competition in terms of, well, not competition, but like, I will always insist that she should be playing Civilization and whatnot, and that really she just needs to find the right game and she'll become a strategy gamer. And one of the things I actually really like about the slow motion, even though from a gameplay point of view, it doesn't necessarily give you any the game is turn-based. You can take all of the time that you want to make your decision. There is something kind of nice about just being able to take the time and read everything that's going on. Now, in my opinion, the real advantage of the slow motion is the fact that you get to see all the awesome stuff that's happening in detail. You know, that has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not that has nothing to do with whether or not you I gotta wait. Like that doesn't have any bearing on the decisions that you're making in this phase of the game. But I do tend to find that if you feel overwhelmed by a game, like just being able to sort of see things and read and say, you know, I kind of comprehend what's going on. For me, at least, I've always kind of found that a bit of an island of safety and something that tends to make me feel like I have a better grip on the game. But for the record, the big reason you want to do this in slow-mo was because it looks cool. And I'm going to do that right here because honestly, I really want to see what happens to the bullet. So we'll watch my my Hermes hide for cover. So what we're going to be watching for, I'm not doing anything to take out these tanks because I want to see if they'll surrender. But what I do want to see here is obviously I want to see the Sleipnir kind of sneak up behind and club the heavy hitter from behind. All right, so that thing blew up. These are all my missiles coming after them. The one drawback of me doing the engagement where I'm doing it here is that you don't get to see all the damage that happens to buildings. We will now appreciate the finishing animation. And then my Hermes should be coming out of cover before too long. If I was more confident in my melee, I've been burned by a couple of misplaced melee strikes before, so I did want to make sure that I completed the whole turn behind, or the complete firing behind cover. If I was a little more confident in my ability to land melee, I would sort of creep around the corner around the time of the impact of the hit, and that way I'd have a little bit of extra time for my my Hermes. But in this case here, I mean, it's probably not going to be too much of a... it's probably not going to mean all that much. Although I would have thought they'd be firing by now. Oh, there we go. Okay, you are going to be spending some time in the firing range later. All right, so they're definitely going to be ejecting after that because you need two hands to wield a Vulcan. That's going to be some beautiful scrap for me. And we tried to be nice, and it looks like they want to shoot me in the back for being nice. So And while I could use my weapons to settle this dispute, we're gonna show that we're gonna make sure that we express our displeasure in the most embarrassing form possible. So I don't know if you're still watching, Ari, but this is how we handle people who dislike our or who don't respect our generosity. We're just gonna run over them with the shield a whole lot. What's actually probably gonna happen here is I'm gonna brush them out of the way with the shield, and then I'm gonna walk away, and then I'm just gonna run into them with the shield again. But I don't know. In principle, we're just kind of slapping him with our shield and saying, "Stop hitting your." Yes, this is the tank because tanks don't have arms. This is the tank equivalent of "Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself." So let's also, before I get too silly, I'm gonna try and put people in slightly more useful positions. So against my better judgment, I am gonna put the behemoth on a perch. I want to see if I can maybe sneak them. Yeah, we can put them on here. Why not? We'll get the Hermes in a slightly more central location, and I'm actually pretty happy with where the Sleipnir is, but... Oh! Let's not get too careless. We've got a surrendering mech in the way. Alright. Hey, JRJ, how you doing? Guys, I don't... by the way, if any of you are streamers and I'm missing the fact that you broadcast, please let me know. Jared J did a wonderful job on... I know you've actually... So you were doing a music stream most recently, I think, but I got a chance to see Jared J do Pokemon, and if you think that I go into detail on some of the strategy games that I play, you have not seen... you've not seen anything until you see Jared talk about Pokemon. He bought himself a fancy Pokemon suit with those mad Phantom Brigade and Industries of Titan dollars. So I hope all of you go and buy a copy of this game right now to subsidize the purchase of fine clothing. And is overall an incredibly supportive and nice new community manager over at Brace Yourself Games. Also, I believe is the one who is organizing those play sessions where people were showing the stuff in terms of giving Phantom Brigade feedback. Anyways, we don't need to slow things down. We're just gonna run over the tank a few times with our shield as punishment for not surrendering. Bonk. Oops. I definitely took quite a bit of damage. Rebel units eliminated the garrison, requiring updated tactical plans. So if I want, I could retreat now, but let's face it. I mean, so one of the things that I will use as a decision for retreat, so eliminating all hostile units on this field cause enemy units to reconsider their plans for 3 turns. Enemies will not deploy until that is done. Use this time to extract. Oh, this is interesting. So in older versions, I think it said that you would get more gear if you stayed and fought. Now, the one time I've lost a pilot has actually been when the heavy reinforcements arrive. One thing that I do keep in mind is that as far as damage is concerned, we really haven't taken any. So in the interests of just showing my supreme hubris, I'm gonna run out the clock on the reinforcements, and we'll see whether or not that was a good decision. I do like that the behemoth is it's okay. So I'm sure most of you remember this painting. Does anybody remember the School of Athens with like Plato and Aristotle in the middle? It's like the painting by Raphael. If you ever took like a philosophy course in university, you almost certainly had this image on the cover of your textbook. Can I zoom in any closer? Come on, Microsoft. I believe you can do it. Yeah, you know what? It's close enough. So let me just get this pose right. See? Got Plato's gesture here. Well, Leonardo da Vinci in real life, but... So, we know the behemoth that believes in the eternal realm of forms and is a little bit more, you know, thinking on the matters of the heavens. So now we got to find who's down to earth Aristotle. Is it the God? Why can't I remember what this I can't remember what I called this mech. Maybe we'll say kilos Aristotle in this one. Beats them to the ground. Anyways, let's carry on. We gotta wait for the reinforcements. Probably overdid that one. All right, decelerating. Let's flank and finish them off. So 5 new contacts on the field. One important thing that's changed from a few patches ago is I can no longer sort of shoot people as they're just arrived. What in the world is this? Okay, so this kind of makes it look like it's flying in. But because I'm just this kind of a person, I really like to imagine that this is one of the, like, freshly trained pilots who is in fact face planting into the ground in the first round. Okay, so it looks like we got a mech and a tank, and then a mech and 2 tanks. So I think I'll let the sniper focus on these folks over here. I don't think there's a whole lot that I can get the Sleipnir to do right away, but I suppose the very least I can try and close the distance as quickly as possible. It is a very, very small chance I might be able to hit more than one target at the start. So I figure we'll do something like that. And then the rest of this, basically the rest of this turn has to be a question in terms of how do I prepare for these reinforcements? Now, I'm going to have to take these folks on no matter what. I already sort of said that I wasn't going to be extracting. And it seems to me that if I move my units to deal with these folks, I have the advantage of sort of an entire base worth of cover. So the mechs that are arriving in this area here are going to have to be sort of shooting through all of this to be able to get my folks. Now, on the other hand, if I go and try to engage them, not only is the distance, I believe it's a longer distance for me to try and take them out, but there's less cover for me. I'm going to essentially be fighting them in this area, which means that they'll be, these units will be taking advantage of cover. They might be a little bit hard for me to hit by comparison. And then I'm going to be fighting a couple of people who are on the high ground. So it seems to me here it's better that I angle everything towards these 3 units, sort of winnow them down, and then we'll have the remaining 2. Hopefully we'll deal with them fairly quickly, so then we can take out the new arrivals. And again, unless I have... actually, there's one small exception to the early attacks. Oh, this isn't even remotely close. I was thinking I could try like a melee strike. But yeah, at this point here, this is really just a matter of trying to close the distance as quickly as possible to make sure that we're in position for our best reply. I think that covers everyone. I'm going to keep the behemoth where it is, not because I think they've got a good opportunity up here, but more that there may be opportunities to do some support on this end. It's like not a high likelihood, but I figure I can move this unit when I have to. Sadly, they did not faceplant. Oh, looks like they've got a sniper. So here's the fancy new looks for our enemy units, with an evil red arm for its sniper rifle. Heavy shotgun. Okay, so we actually got really lucky on this particular one. Is that a green arm? I really like the look of the new, like the markers. It's a really nice little touch. Okay, this is going to be a bit of a bummer because they're going to be firing missiles at me. I'm going to have to deal with that. But this is why I don't regret putting my sniper where I did. So I am not at all worried about them doing a Hail Mary shotgun shot across the map. I'll give them a little time to cross the distance. Really? I won't respect myself if I don't try and take it. So like basically one of these is a I'm doing it because I can shot. The other one is the I actually want this thing to damage the enemy shot. Who are they shooting the missiles at? That will be... Looks like the Hermes. Okay. And nobody wants to shoot the Sleipnir. All right, well, their funeral. Okay, I want to make sure that this is actually... I think that'll work. The question here is going to be how long I need to wait before I can get another whack in. So they fire their sniper rifle. Oh, I thought they were jetting, but it looks like they're just doing a standard move. So this will hopefully be the Sleipnir's time to shine here. Now, I don't think there's enough for the Hermes to do before people start shooting at them. So I'm actually going to do something really counterintuitive here. I'm going to move the Hermes out and around. So the Hermes is not the strongest mech in my group. I'm actually going to start running away. So it's important to remember this this tank should already be taken out. So I'm going to be running around the edge here. Now what's going to be happening is they're actually going to be running into the missiles, but I have an answer for that. So where I can, it'd be nice if I can get if I could get some shots off. Oh, but I'm gonna cross the streams with my... Okay, this isn't exactly how I planned the turn to go, but I think this will still work out. So the one drawback I ran into was the... So I don't think this works. Yeah, there's no point where I actually have a shot on them. Okay, cool. So basically, the idea here is everybody's focusing on the Hermes now, right? So they're basically just going to run off. Now, most of the people who are going to be targeting them will have already been hit by the time... Hit by a strong concussive weapon, which is the Sleipnir's axe. This mighty thing. And so what I'm kind of trying to do, I'm sort of dealing with the missiles essentially by running into them. The hope is that I can just sort of close the distance before they become too much of a threat. And I'll be able to exact my revenge on the tank. Now, the one big problem I have is that next turn, I've got a Hermes which is in dangerously close range to an enemy that is equipped with a shotgun. A heavy shotgun is the only weapon that they have. And so I'm going to need to have an answer for how I handle that. But in the end, I think the answer is going to be to just run behind cover again. In fact, I'm feeling confident enough with our ability to deal with these folks over here that I'm going to... I'm actually going to move the... I'm going to move my... some of my heavier units towards towards this side of the fight, because I think it's going to finish a lot sooner than I was expecting. I'm not so sure about... Okay, well, it's telling me the angles work. I'm really worried there's going to be some friendly fire on this, though. So, it's the Sleipnir's time to shine. We will follow them in slow-mo, and we'll see whether or not the plan comes together. I'm really milking the build-up, aren't I? Honk. Alright, looks like that one didn't pull off. It does look like we got an unexpected hit on the missile launcher, though, which is good. And the other thing too is I didn't exactly, like, I wasn't putting the most care into looking where that hit would go, so... Okay, so missiles are coming in on the Hermes. This is not going to be one of those really exciting escape runs. Oh, we missed the hit, didn't we? Nope. So I should pick a target and stay with it, but I figure we'll want to see this. Okay, so the missiles should go crashing into the side of the building. And does the shotgun work? Okay, I'm liking the 73% concussion. We might be able to finish that one off well if the sniper shot doesn't do it. Alright, cool. So we should be able to get a shotgun shot to the back, and that'll concuss the pilot into submission. So, slight miscalculation with the tank with the marksman rifle, which I'm now going to have to deal with. But overall, I think we should be happy with that turn. So they're going to be crashing out. The big question now is who's going to be... Okay, so remember how I always keep saying it's like so every time I make a decision to fire at an enemy, what you're saying is that's exactly what I'm saying, Miss Ariella. Didn't you see my Hermes try to take? It was the guy with the double-handed cannon, the Vulcan. He was quite literally lying face down in the mud, and we missed half of the shots. Yeah, so one of the things I always, and again, like I always wind up shaking my fist at the heavens over not paying attention to my own advice. This is the exact sort of thing I'm trying to avoid whenever I say I'm not going to let the attack run over the 5-second distance, because essentially the only target that they were focusing on at the end of their turn was this sniper on a building, and it's a shotgun. Like, they were spending the whole turn shooting at this unit, and it did nothing. So they're spending the whole beginning of this turn shooting at the one target that's almost like that's certain not to have any effect. Now they've updated. Obviously, at the end of this turn, they're saying is like, okay, well this unit's a threat. But what I was really focused on was whether or not my Hermes was in danger. Because the Hermes isn't in danger, I'm going to have faith that another shot to the back with a shotgun will take this unit out. And then we're going to move to... Do I really want to go into the missiles? Why not? I'm sure they'll be destroyed in time for... Especially if I actually stay and deliver the shot. What I'll do is I'll run around the edge here, and then I'm going to try and get a shot on this bad guy So not only will that overheat, but that will make me sad because I'm going over into the next turn. Yeah, that's not happening. Okay, so now what I need to think about is, so one unit's completely free. I can kind of shoot wherever I want. It's still a little. There must be something about the targeting with this particular weapon, because I feel like the cone doesn't quite give me the picture that I think is real for it. But most of it, like I've used it enough that I can kind of guess what the range is going to be. So I can fire the missiles at the marksman tank. It's not going to do a whole lot. If I were to do that, I would be relying on somebody being able to take out this sharpshooter in time, which doesn't seem like that much of a problem. Now, I'm having faith that this is accurate in terms of where they're going to be operating from. So when the 3-second mark comes, and again, we want to make sure that we make contact at the 3-second mark. That's too slow. At this point, I'm just bullying the sniper, really, but this is why you don't leave your sniper unattended. All right, and then the remaining question is, what are the things that I can do to try and make life a little bit simpler for my my tank? Well, okay. Tank by my definition, not by any standard military definition. Well, maybe it's a military definition. Hopefully you know what I mean. So one thing I'm going to do is make life a little difficult for... So this elevated tank, yes, it can... First of all, is this an elevated? Yes, it is. It might be able to prop itself up, but it can't prop itself up as high as this building. So by sneaking into the corner here, I'm already making its life difficult. Well, I thought I was making its life difficult, and then it had to go and move on me. Okay, well, you know what? Maybe we just go dancing. Perfect. So the aim here is going to be to try and fire my shotgun as many times until I have to defend myself. Looks like that's only once, but I can live with that. So the one thing I don't like about this is that it leaves this unit kind of open and attacking still. We've more or less got everybody else locked down. The one nice thing is we get a little bit more action on this unit than I thought we were going to. But I like, marksman rifles are not to be taken lightly when most of my units are very fragile, so we might have to deal with that next turn. Anyways, let's see how it turns out. Bonk. Okay, so a bunch of damage to the barrier. Nothing to panic about. Oh, my favorite music's on, so you're gonna have to deal with all the slow-mo in the world. Okay, so we have completely obliterated this one. Looks like there are a couple of errant missiles that are still going to be coming after my Hermes, so I'm actually going to run around the corner here. Although all the while I want to be firing on the primary target. Looks like they're focusing on my shield bearer, so that works for me. Gavinator, how you doing? You have the full story of your crypto adventure for you. If you didn't sell before today, I'm having a feeling that this story may not end well. How you doing, Gavin? I don't want to give the full treatment because I think I'll be here all night if I do it again. But Gavinator was an instructor at work for a surveys course. While I have, I think, a fairly good understanding of empirical methods, I've actually never had to calculate or like to produce a survey before. I've never really considered the data generation process. I've always considered, well, okay, I've considered the data generation process in the sense of an unknown function that I'm trying to estimate. But I haven't really thought about how we obtain data to work with. I've always just kind of assumed that Oompa Loompas were just kind of quietly mailing them to me. So Gavin was responsible for the methodology part of this course to educate me. In addition to being a very gifted instructor, Gavinator is an incredibly generous individual who is really focused on helping people sort of make the most of their finances. Please leave any comments he's about to make about cryptocurrencies outside of those considerations, because those maybe not so sure are the best investments. But one of the things that he's leveraged a lot of that understanding into is this preternatural ability to find incredibly good deals at stores, and he's turned this into charitable work. So he organizes this group called the Boom Savings, I think it's Boom Savings Charity. In any case, it is a group that will go out and will buy these ungodly amounts of deep discounted things. It'll be everything from diapers to, hair dye for women's shelter to, just winter jackets was one of the more recent things. In any case, he's like, I really think he just has a love of finding a great deal and like really putting the screws to a large supermarket chain. But he is a very giving individual, both with his time and his knowledge, at least as, in my own experience of the survey course, and is somebody who will just actually help you stretch a dollar, which is really cool. But he's somebody who knows that I'm a Twitch streamer. There's a board gamer in the instructor group as well, so I was sort of outed as a nerd right away. But Gavinator is somebody who I like to I sort of like to talk up, because I don't know, this stuff matters, right? Brian on the Rocks, the Respawn developer, the guy who works on designer on Apex Legends, he was doing it's a kind of a charity run for the sort of the UN aid to Palestine yesterday. And it's, it is individual. One of the things that's so funny is that I think there's some statistics on charitable giving, and I think as a fraction of wealth, just individuals tend to give so much more. And it's one of these things where you have every reason in the world not to. Like everybody has got a perfectly legitimate excuse. But it's obviously the world is a better place because of those people who do go and take the time. So, Otters Hold Hands, how you doing? Anyways, I am so sorry, Gavinator. You were going to tell me the end of your crypto adventure, and I spent the time singing your praises. You may be interested to know. So I don't know if Gavinator's much of a gamer, but you may be interested to know that there's actually a few developers of this game hanging out in chat and probably screaming at the monitor for me to just play the damn game. The people who are in part obviously games are team efforts, but some of the people who are responsible for seeing this incredibly beautiful product are here, so you can compliment them on their good work. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about my plans here. So the big advantage that I have, you know what? I get a chance to see if this actually works. So I think I'm just outside of the realm. Let's make sure that I'm actually covered where I need to be. Which mod did you make, Otters Hold Hands? Or is this a Phantom Brigade mod? Okay, sorry, let me plan this out again. So everybody hates Tango right now. So I have two options. One is to shield myself from them, and then number two is to make sure that I'm keeping the shield up. So, for instance, one thing that I could do is I could just move behind the building here. I think that neutralizes every attack. Almost. I think it's better that I just kind of stand and deliver, though. Oh, very cool. Actually, I'm sorry. I was talking about everybody's charitable efforts. Miss Ariella was raising money for St. Jude as well. I am so sorry. I should have mentioned that as well. The thing is that, as you know from last week, Miss Ariella, whenever I do the humble stuff, Miss Ariella is the content creator I put inside of that, so I'm always used to, like, sending stuff her way. But I'm sorry, that was... I'm talking about everybody being super nice and supportive, and I completely ignored somebody who just did another good work. Okay, so again, we're taking the fact that all this attention is going on to my unit that is kind of designed to absorb as much damage as possible. So essentially what I'm doing here is I am, where I can, dealing the damage, and then as a sort of a fallback, I'm trying to mitigate the damage as much as I can. Gavinator, I'm dying. I don't know if you're still writing it, but I'd be happy to I would be happy to hear your crypto story. Sorry if I'm coming off as very needy, but I gotta know. But yeah, so I mean the rest of this turn is pretty I think is pretty easy to understand. I'm not doing anything with the Sleipnir right now. I just want to get them into the action. They can pretty much take out this this tank in one turn. And then the rest of this is essentially just taking advantage of the fact that everybody's focusing on the one unit that's in a position to be able to avoid the damage. So I'm just going to try and find a good angle where you can see everybody moving, and we will enjoy this in slow motion so that you can hear the wonderful score. Looks like we got hit by the missiles. Cool, so that's the shotgun down. So this probably is going to eject next turn. I think the only remaining thing for us to watch now is the shotgun's already fired, so at this point it's just going to be missiles landing on the tank. Okay, so I'm learning rational expectations is still very much a thing from Gravinator, and oh, that's right, the missiles. I was sending the missiles against the mech, and you did not panic sell, which is good. So now I gotta wonder when the sale did occur. Okay, so because this unit only had the shotgun, their only option now is to eject. So at this point here, as long as we can take out the tank, we're good. The tank is going to be firing at my unit that's behind a building. So in this case here, this is going to be pretty straightforward. I'll set up my shield just to make sure I don't do anything too dumb. But it's a chance for the Sleipnir, excuse me, to show its worth one last time. Let's maybe make sure that they did just add a bunch of features to help me. Yeah, we'll give it a nice finale. And this is a fresh tank, so this may not actually be enough to finish the job. So can I get away with the shotgun? I mean, this looks like a friendly fire incident waiting to happen. So if we run away... I know there's a little bit of time between me starting... Alright. For those of you... Sorry, I don't want to spend too much time running away from the... running away from the game, but for those of you who are wondering why I like this song so much, first of all, just listen to it. But there's a particular memory I have of this game which is seared into my brain forever, and I believe this is the song that was playing during it. So... yeah, right. Perhaps this will take a... This is a longer... this is a longer video, so... checking 100 times a day, the hype is gone. You're just thinking you have a lot better to do with your life than refresh 100 times a day. You thought I was in for the long haul, but pulled out. Yeah, so I used to trade... So I never traded, like... highly speculative things, but at the 2008 financial crisis, I was actually doing some direct investing, and I was actually like I was sitting down reading financial reports, like doing the due diligence and such. And because it was just after the financial crisis, and because ultimately, you know, the economy got back on track, there were, you know, it was kind of hard not to see a recovery in a lot of those assets. If you were watching that clip, by the way, you might want to just fast forward to the action, because that was the first time I started out running rockets. But I do, so I'm still paying off debt. It's not exactly like I'm in a point where I should be speculating in markets. But one of the things that would actually keep me from doing individual investment or stock speculation, or of course, you know, in the case of cryptocurrencies, that's not stock speculation, that's sort of currency speculation. The biggest thing that would hold me off from it is just, as far as I'm concerned, the time involved. I sort of think that there's probably more productive things that I can do, both for society and with my life, that would probably be more lucrative for me. Like, if I do some data work for someone and they pay me, like, that doesn't carry with it a risk of losing my capital. Obviously, speculating on, you know, on stocks, particularly meme stocks, which I personally wouldn't do. Like, okay, sorry to go off on the rant thing. The biggest problem I have with a lot of the arguments that people make for the whole crypto thing and such is that I don't know of a lot of traditional investments. Like, think of a company like Microsoft or Apple. I can't think a lot of those companies require sort of this constant boosting on social media to retain their value. And that really seems to be what goes on with the cryptocurrencies. And to me, that says that a lot of the arguments that people have for these things having some kind of value, like in this case, I just sort of feel like there's a little bit of a little bit of a contradiction there. That's not like a slam dunk against that type of, against that type of speculation. Like if you want to do it, you do it, right? You know, I have friends who go and play slots, and they enjoy themselves perfectly fine. But you know, it's 100% true that Apple has an incredibly loyal fan base. And when Steve Jobs was around, people had a lot of faith in his abilities. But in the end, it was not this big boosting of Apple as a stock. It was more on the capabilities of that company to produce products that people would want. Yeah, exactly. But again, like this is easy for me to say because I don't have any money at stake. Like nobody wants me to be just wagging my finger saying is like these are the right things to put money in and these are the wrong things to put money in. But for me, it's probably the biggest hurdle that I've had in trying to come up with. Like it's like any subject that you would argue about, right? Like ideally you have enough empathy for the other side that you're able to try and come up with what the best argument they would have for it would be. And I've not quite been able to bring myself to that level yet because in the end I haven't been able to quite get past the, you know, those kinds of observations. So you tried to get out, but your transfer failed, so it's sitting in your crypto account, but in Canadian dollars. Oh wait, so like the asset's been sold, or you're still waiting for the asset to be cashed? I mean, at this point, you can probably just wait. But anyways, I'm sorry to hear that it's been a bit of a ride for you. I will tell you for your own sanity, like if you want to liquidate at whatever price, like obviously you'll want to check on it for that. But one of the worst things you can ever do is just keep checking things. Like I would definitely say. Next day you click and Elon had just said Tesla won't take Bitcoin. Yeah. See, this is the big thing for me is that I have yet to actually experience. So anytime that I've had any kind of an investment, it has been, it's usually been at a time when things are going quite well. I have yet to actually experience like a proper recession and see the value of whatever assets I hold take a major decrease. So whenever I do, like if I get a mutual fund or something like that, you know, they give you that checklist, like I'll always come up as like an aggressive growth investor. But the fact of the matter is I've never actually had that moment of seeing things that I own like lose 40% of their value or something like that. You know, there's a lot you learn about yourself in response to really big moves like that. Anyways, sorry, I should shut up about finance. And as always, I have the blog stuff on finance if you're... so why is it saying that there aren't orders? Oh, right. I guess we can... Again, it's probably overkill at this point, but... Oh, good for you! Oh, I sort of messed that one up by stepping it into the wall, but... Oh, did we knock it through the ground? No, I think I can still see it. Hey, Starbright Knight! Another wonderful streamer. So Starbright Knight has apparently taken a break from Marbles on stream, so it shows that I have not Shows that I've not been hanging out very recently, but Starbright Knight actually gave some really nice comments on the emotes for the channel. Those are the ones that the Eyes of Sin did. I'm really happy with the work that they did for the channel. When it comes time for another emote, which I do have the I have the slot for it. I just need to make sure that they have the time to do the emote. I also need some ideas. So if any of you have an emote that you would like to see, let me know. But Starbright Knight made me feel really good by asking to keep the fish emote. So okay, it's got to be with the theme still. Yeah, Starbright Knight gives a really nice feedback, particularly for the Machiavelli one, so System 1 Smart, which made me feel really good, because, like, you know, the Eyes of Sin makes a living doing these emotes, so obviously being able to hire them to do the work is something I really like. One thing I really do like is that Twitch with its modifications, the System 1 HMM has a wonderful like the sunglass modification works so well with that one. But anyways, you know, it's obviously something I put some money into. It's a chance for me to hire a friend, and you know, but the thing is that obviously if the emotes don't get used, it doesn't mean quite as much. So to get that nice comment from Starbright Knight meant a whole lot to me. Okay, let's take a look at the site inventory. All right, Tsubasa. Now the thing about the Tsubasas are that they're all barrier, and as much as I want to try, like I'm really scared about these. I think my people are gonna die if I put them in these. Time to put these kids to bed. Wanted to update you in case you were losing sleep waiting for the start. I did want to see how that turned out, so I'm glad it turned out positive for you, Gavinator. I hope you enjoyed the chance to see the animated mechs fight. This is a great game, by the way. If I don't know how much gaming you do, but this is called Phantom Brigade. It's currently available on the Epic Store. If anybody has a link, you can feel free to put that in chat. But this game just looks cool. Like it's impossible for me not to have a good looking stream whenever I'm playing this thing. But anyways, please have a great night. Thank you for stopping by. It's always fun to be able to talk you up and hear your stories. And who knows, maybe one day we'll be in the same building again. Ooh, a railgun repeater. So these things shoot through buildings. We haven't got one of those yet. And what else? Yeah, a lot of body parts that I'm probably not going to wind up using. All right, you can dispatch a salvage team to this site to recover any usable parts and supplies. However, the mobile base will need to remain stationary with them. Of course, we'll be doing some repairs there at the same time. So we can spend a little time talking about the overall plan on the strategic map. So we'll clear these two out, take the research lab, and then we have one more province before we take on the capital. So Miss Ariella, what's it gonna take to get you to play this? The answer should be, of course, nothing. This game looks beautiful and it sounds amazing, and you can't wait to play it. But because I know it takes a little effort to get you to play games for smart people, what can I do to incentivize you to share this with the world? You can attempt to gain control of the structure by mounting an assault with your squad. Okay, so we are at Pillar 112, an experimental base. It's an elimination mission. Reinforced military structure for overseeing the invaders' operations. It's heavily guarded and attacking. It will likely draw the attention of local patrols if they have not been eliminated, so caution is advised. Let's take a quick look here and see what we can equip our people with. I guess I did say I was going to build a... I guess I did say I was going to build a proper... a heavy... a proper, like, heavy... heavy unit with... I'll do that on the strategic map next time. Let's think a little bit about where we're going to take the items. Okay, so there's a new sniper rifle. I'll take a look at that. Again, lots of grays for the... I've kind of just started ignoring the grays because they don't really... I don't really feel like they give me... I don't feel like they're that good of a replacement for most of the things that I'll be picking up. Now, the Tsubasa... It's not a huge surprise that there's the change to the integrity. We kind of knew that. Better heat dissipation, but it's heavier. And it does actually have the mass modifier. So I think it was... Yeah, it was control to see the details. Oh. I never really noticed... Man, this is really clever. I wonder how much testing this went through. Because, like, I did not miss most of that information until I actually kind of, like, sat down and says, oh, hang on, but what about ... This is really well done. Like, I don't mean it in the, like, oh, well, I'm glad they got rid of that nonsense, but, like, the change is so seamless. Like, the change is so seamless. Like, I did not realize... That's really good. This is the problem with quality of life updates, is that the updates, like, sneak by you without noticing, or without you noticing them. That's a really... I like that one. Okay. But yeah, the question that this kind of boils down to is, am I willing to put... am I willing to, like, put my people at risk in the Tsubasa, particularly with the... I mean, the one thing I can say is that the survivability is so much higher. So in theory, I shouldn't have to actually worry. Like, if my whole plan works, so, like, you know, 545, 193, and then we put this body on instead, that would mean we've got 283 integrity, 520. So in reality, what I'm looking at is about 800 survivability. Now, the drawback here is that there's a huge increase to mass, and so, you know, in this case, I'd say, well, why would I? Because that's going to make me... It's going to make me weaker overall. Like, you know, I'm going to be standing still, and as opposed to zipping across the battlefield, avoiding damage. But you know, if I'm actually as confident in the barrier as I say that I am, in all these other cases where I take it on, I should actually be taking on these bodies, just because they improve my survivability in theory without you know, like, the cases where I've rejected the Tsubasa in the past have been ones where they were lighter. Anyways, we've got a sniper rifle. I believe we've already equipped a lock. Yeah, so what are we looking at here? Slight reduction in range, it looks like. Oh, this is gonna mess with me. So these things already have livery. My reliable system for identifying stuff that was my own is gone. Okay, so lower range overall, but that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. Now, the one thing I hate to admit, I've already forgotten what these damage symbols mean. Is there a legend by any chance? Nuts. We have to read those notes again. I'm sure it's just going to be a matter of memory. Okay, but overall, basically, the output in terms of the volleys are better now. Normally, okay, so it's going to be 5 shots in both cases. Obviously, the damage per second is going to be better because of the because it's higher damage. The only thing is that the range, it's 20 meters off, or 23 meters specifically off of my top range. But you know what? It's one I'm willing to risk. So not only am I gonna, so I'll make this one gray. I'm going to take on the new lock, and we're going to give this one a proper makeover. So let's do all parts. Oh, do I know how to get a preview of all parts? Okay. The black and yellow looks pretty good. This is the rocket launcher. Let's give it a gold and red rocket launch. Can I even see it? Where's my rocket launcher? It vanished. So I wonder, so I'm looking for the SML6 Rapid. Huh, does it just not have a model anymore? Okay, well, let's compare it to its alternatives. So shoots average missile volley of long-range guided missiles over structures. This thing does concussive... Oh, if I mouse over. Okay, concussive damage. So which of these things does the most concussive damage? Turns out it is the Rapid. And actually it does a pretty reasonable amount of damage on its own, although this cluster... Oh, here's a question. Why is the optimal interval, a decrease in the optimal interval, bad? I would have thought that having a shorter interval would have been better, because you can stick it all together. Okay. A cluster of small guided missiles. These missiles are relatively slow, but their power is in numbers. Well, it's not exactly like I've been... It's not exactly like I've been relying on these things to be quick anyway. And apparently their heat generation's better than the direct, so let's try the cluster this time. It's also going to look absolutely ridiculous having this big thing on my hip. Make it as conspicuous as possible. So yeah, let's see how that goes. My my taste for the livery is going to be definitely falling, I think. I didn't get a chance to see if there was a shield. Well, I can already say there isn't a shield because there's no gray. So the only other thing I would want to check would be that axe, which could be an improvement for the Sleipnir. Hey, Mosquito Controller, how you doing? Okay, so it is lighter than the Plasma Axe, lower stagger damage, no heat damage, lowered direct damage. So we basically give up everything. And then the cutter, I think we're in the same... Wait a minute. The cutter's really the same as the axe? 150, 45. Yeah, these numbers are not the same. So why isn't it telling me the difference between the two? Oh, maybe it's because I've got a secondary weapon equipped? So the drawback here is that the axe winds up having... It's like really heavy. So one of the things that I used to like about the cutter line was that it would basically like flatten an opponent every time I would hit it, and it seems like the axe is really filling that role now. So yeah, I think I gotta keep this now. I'm not crazy about gray parts, but I might want to try out this thermite repeater. Let's see how it compares to my rifle. So this railgun repeater definitely can't move while using it. Longer interval. So I'm not saying this isn't worth equipping. I think there's just a question as to whether or not it's a good weapon for the Hermes. But you know who I think is really good for experimenting with this stuff? I know I just told them that they were getting a new sniper rifle. Let's see if we can make something happen with this repeater. I can always send him back to the... sniper rifle if it doesn't work out for me. They're already pretty fast, so... And then there was also a shotgun which I was ignoring, so let's just see if we can get my... I'm never changing the livery on this one. This is perfect. So 1404. Yeah, I have a feeling we're probably not going to see that. Probably not going to see that change. Okay, I was a little bit more messing with my squad than planned. I should come up with my proper. I should probably come up with my proper. Vulcan cannon squad, but baby steps. I've already gotten rid of my sniper. Commander, the base had to disengage. We won't be able to pick up the squad for the time being. So, reinforcements arrive on 2, 7 contacts in the field, retreat possible in 6 turns. What are we up against? Nothing. It's nobody anywhere. No. I'm pretty sure there's some turrets here. At least one. Oh, here they are. So I'm not used to looking for color on the screen, so I completely walked over these guys. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 mobile targets, then 2 turrets, so there's a third that I'm missing. Ah, sneaky. Also, I'm sure this was in the patch notes somewhere. What I did here was I hit control, so this is a great way for identifying where the bad guys are. Okay, before I go too crazy, let's see what we're up against. Good lord, an incendiary repeater, huh? Heavy shotgun. Oh man, okay. The existence of this tank puts a big smile on my face. So what you do is you have an elevated tank that you put up really close to someone you hate. So just imagine how this thing works, right? It just quietly goes rolling up to you and it says, oh, hi, you owe me $5. So then it sort of raises itself to eye level and then BAM! I don't know if this is the intention, but as far as I'm concerned, this is now canon. Okay. Got a heavy machine gun, which is going to go firing through a wall. I've got a nasty surprise for them. Okay, 2 heavy machine guns. That's going to be the thing that keeps me up at night. A pair of heavy machine guns ripping into my units this turn. Fortunately, so this first thing I'm going to be doing here. Oh man, this tank's going to be a pain. So the ideal spot for me to be is right here, and this tank's going to spoil the fun. Mental note, don't owe me $5. Take money very seriously. So what I'm trying to do here is see if I can, I want to see if I can get the melee unit in to clear out the riffraff before. Is that really the best I can do? Feel like I could do a better job. I know there's going to be some travel time there, so I should probably be getting a little bit closer to the action. So that's already half the turn spoken for. It's fine though. I think I'm going to run it up. Okay. So what I want to try and do is line things up. There's a very specific spot where I want this unit to be. Oh, nuts. I wasn't even thinking of where they'd be, like, at the end of the turn. Okay, not quite what I had in mind, but I think I can still make this work. Except that that's friendly fire. So what if I just change the way that I hit them? Okay, so one, I get a face full of shotgun. Oh, good God. All right. We are doing this whole turn again. And I'm actually getting... That's not my unit. I actually need to think about what I'm doing and not assume that the enemy's just going to be standing around waiting for me to come after them. So I actually have a unit that is specifically targeting my melee unit. So the easy answer to that one, throw up the shield and run them over. And of course I get to pick somebody else to bully, but that's... So I'll take the shotgun where I can. It's not something I'm really counting on doing a lot of damage, but... Oop. Again, I gotta make sure I'm on a straight path to blocking the damage my ally is gonna take. Otherwise there's no point in throwing up the shield. And then if I'm gonna do a shot... I think I'm going to mostly hit the wall on that, but... Okay, so next question. Can I get away with just running straight forward? No, because then I get hit by... Well, you know what? There's another way this can work. So I need to be thinking about the direction that I'm going to be moving the Sleipnir here. Have I tried using more rocket launchers? I have yet to. I've been trying more weapons here, Night Valian, but I've not yet fielded an all rocket team yet. How you doing? You've been playing Subnautica lately. I don't know if your plan is to move on to Sub-Zero, but I still need to finish Subnautica myself. I think I said that while you were streaming, though. How have you been doing? This is a new, the Livery or Death update, which I'm enjoying so far. It's a quality of life update, but that doesn't mean that they haven't put in a bunch of things that I actually think are really worthwhile. I'm having a jolly good time of it. Okay, so there is somebody who's coming after me. I think here I wind up colliding with my... No, I don't. Fascinating. Okay. So what I'm testing here, my main target is this unit, but I actually want to see with this thermal railgun, I sort of want to see what happens when I shoot through 2 targets. Oh, but again, I have the friendly fire problem. This is super reckless, but... Okay, and the Hermes gets a little bit more flexibility, so... In this case, they're basically just going to fire their weapon as many times as they can. We can do better than that. Dodge Viper GT, thank you very much for the resub. Okay, I'm still not going to do it. Not going to push it over the 5-second part. I believe that is almost a year. Thank you very much for resubscribing. I hope you're having a good time. Although I really hope you wouldn't be resubscribing if you weren't. Okay. Wait, am I not clubbing anybody yet? What's wrong with me? All right, it'll have to do. So the person I'm most interested in right now is my railgun repeater friend, and I want to see the kind of damage that they do. So the way we're going to watch this turn is actually through the building here. That looked very cool. Oh my god! Okay, I don't know if you guys saw that first shot, but that went through 3 enemies. Oh god, this game is so good. Yeah, so this game is called Phantom Brigade, Dodge Viper Cheat. We actually had a few people from... Oh, thank you so much. We had a couple people from Brace Yourself Games running around the chat. I unfortunately abused the privilege and was talking about a bunch of things not related to the game, but I know that that is sometimes a feature as opposed to a bug of the stream. But yeah, that railgun is amazing. I was wondering when I would get a chance to play around with one of them. But this game is currently an Epic Store exclusive. Actually, I was meaning to get the link as it currently is. I'm no longer an affiliate with the Epic Store, so this is just me talking about good games. Where is it? That's interesting. Okay, well now we know why Epic's not making that much money off of the store. When you search for Phantom Brigade, you don't actually get the Epic Store. Oh, mind you, it's Bing, so... anyways, here's the website for Phantom Brigade. That's Brace Yourself's website. If you want the early access, it is currently on the Epic Store. If you would want to wait, I believe the game does have a Steam page. So if you are waiting for either to come to Steam or for a fuller release, you can wishlist it there, or you can wishlist it on Epic as well. But this is the best comparison I would make would actually be that it's like Into the Breach, in the sense that you have sort of perfect knowledge of what your enemy is going to do, and then you'll come up with your turn. It's sort of in response to what you know they're going to be doing. But of course, unlike Into the Breach, this has got tremendous amounts of customization for the mechs. And remember how I was saying it was a shame in that last battle that so much of it was happening in nature? Like, it is a genuine concern for me that this is the cover that I have against 2 mechs which have machine guns. Because they're going to be chewing through these walls rather quickly, and I need to prepare for that. So I do have a few options for me. First of all, this tank's going to be out of commission, so I don't need to worry about that too much. This unit's going to be crashing. Now, it is kind of hard for me not to take advantage of this and blast them with a shotgun while they're crashing, so... You know, we'll carry on with that. Now, I am currently in turret range, so I need to make a choice about what I'm doing. I need to either walk away and get out of the range, which is probably my smartest move to do right now, or I can sort of go within and then focus my attention on this turret here. But I feel like the turrets will probably there's something that I can sort of handle in my own time, I feel like. So let's walk up like that. And I'll try and chase this guy down. If I can get a good shotgun to the back, so much the better. That's probably a little too aggressive in the chase, to be honest, but they're not targeting them, so I'm reasonably confident. Now, this is a little more complicated than I thought it was going to be, and I'm actually going to take advantage of the fact that I know I can sort of shoot through walls. Again, I want to be a little careful here, because seeing as this thing will fire through... Really? Nuts. It's not the perfect weapon. We can still work with this. Ooh, I'm just on the edge of the danger zone there. There's no way I'm going to be able to survive the heat off of that, yeah. Okay. This unit's inactive, so I guess the remaining question... So both tanks are down. It's really just a question here about how I position my units to take care of the remaining enemies. Again, I'm not going to worry too much about the turrets. I feel like I can handle myself. I guess the question, though, is do I want to kind of do these one... No, you know what? I won't do the 1 in a million shots. I might as well shoot the... shoot the turret. And then I'm going to sneak around the edge, and we can whack him with our axe. So the idea here is I move up, bonk. Well, hopefully bonk. Sure looks like it's a bonk. I'll try and be as aggressive with that move as I can. I think I'll leave the shotgun, the second shotgun shot. Well, I don't have to completely leave it. I can just aim it at the... the other. Wow, I'm really tempting fate inside here. Okay, this is definitely going to be another slow-mo one because I kind of want to see what happens to the building. It's a miracle we're not getting hit. Okay, well, I think that's because I'm moving. Apparently we completely whiffed that shot. And I am a little curious about the heat that I just said here. Okay, that's actually not doing that much damage to this unit. Pickle fights. It's purely off of the enemy. So I have been I've had similar bad luck to you in some cases. I just recently got my first railgun here. I believe there are in certain regions enemies will spawn that are more or less likely to have certain types of weapons. I've not done my homework, so I couldn't tell you specifically which regions will spawn more melee weapons. But in my case here, it just happened to be that I had a few melee weapons from playing the game. So I think probably as I know you said you've got a few hours in the game. If you haven't gone to a lot of different regions, it may be that once you start going into some of the others, you may start seeing a few more of those. But I'm sorry I can't give you a little bit more detail than that, but you're actually describing a problem that I've run into in some other cases. Yeah, well, again, I think it's less of a function of playtime and probably more of a function of what regions you've been in. But I will say, like, from my own experience, I've definitely felt like there have been some cases where I feel like I should have certain types of weapons and I've just been unlucky in terms of the drops. So. Okay, so we've got a new mech and a new tank. I wasn't exactly all that efficient at getting rid of the bad guys. So one thing I want to be considering sort of moving forward is that actually shooting this as cool as the railgun repeater looks, it hasn't been impressing me too much damage-wise. So I mean, I'll still work with it, but I would like to get a slightly better read on what kind of damage I should be expecting from it. Also, we did just spend the turn blasting this thing with shotguns. Am I misreading how much damage? No. It's just a really, really tough turret. Okay, so I think we'll just stay put and fire, but we're going to have some additional enemies in the region, so I think I need to move up after that. What weapons am I liking? So my standard loadout has been... So I play this game quite differently from most people. I tend to go for a lot of very, very lightweight mobile mechs. So my usual loadout has been to have my Hermes, which is, I think, a 22 speed or whatever mech with an assault rifle and a sidearm shotgun. So this one is really designed to zip around the battlefield. It does not care at all about whether or not... Oh, I really need to pay attention. It really does not care about... it doesn't care about the... Ugh. This is inconvenient. It really doesn't care about the scatter. It's, you know, the assault rifle's pretty good at managing that sort of stuff. I have one bruiser. So in this case, Tango is piloting my really heavy, you know, massive shield, massive shotgun. I've actually had a round where my entire squad was wiped out, and this thing soloed the entire enemy army. So this is definitely an MVP. My behemoth doesn't really deserve the name anymore because I've made it a little bit lighter. Now, normally it carries a sniper rifle, but I've been experimenting with this railgun repeater. In principle, I like this weapon quite a bit. In practice, I've noticed as I am shooting through buildings, the damage isn't quite living up to the expectation. So I'm going to be experimenting a little bit with this enemy unit here to see what my expectations should be moving forward. And then to round out the crew, I really do like this melee weapon. I particularly like this axe. Because this axe will basically just flatten anything that gets in its way. And I found that it's remarkably good at basically stopping enemy attacks. So I'll give you a demonstration here. I really hope I don't hit my own guy doing that. Oh, am I? Okay, I'm stuck where I am because of the... Oh, and I gotta stay put. Okay, so I'll put the shield up to deal with the retaliation. I think it's because this building's been flattened. So I gotta move the shield up to deal with the retaliation. Right, that's gonna be a machine gun. That's gonna take forever. I definitely got to get off this spot, though. Like, it's not... This isn't the most mobile unit in the world, but I need to... I need to do something to get out of danger. Okay, so with that in mind, is there anything else that I can be doing with my unit? Not really. Okay, well, we'll just watch it all play out. I might change the... Yeah, I should change the angle so that I can see how the thermal repeater turns out. Yeah, this thing really doesn't seem to have all that impressive of a... the repeater doesn't seem to have all that impressive of performance damage-wise. So here's what I'm going to try. I'm going to try on an open field, see if we can maybe do something a little more impressive targeting the enemy. Otherwise, I'm just going to say, you know, cool looking weapon, but needs a little bit more time in the shop before it's ready for prime time. Okay, this unit's not really going to do anything. This the other unit over here should be ejecting because it doesn't have a primary weapon anymore. So I get to... Okay, this is a railgun repeater. This will actually be... So this will be telling to see how the AI uses the railgun repeater. I also need to remember that I can't use buildings to escape it. And what I'm going to do... I'm going to make my move on the sniper. On my way out, I'm going to give a parting shotgun. Okay, so we move forward. The sniper fire gets caught by the building. And then we have our dodge this moment. Just in time to throw the shield up. I don't think I could have asked for a better turn there. Okay, so that's my heavy. Oh, actually, one other thing I would say, Pickle Fights. Shotguns with very large numbers of attack, like rapid fire shotguns. Those things do ridiculous damage. I like those a lot too. I just don't have one in the loadout. This is really just me doing whatever chip damage I can. This is a little bit of a disorganized turn, but I want to try and get what I can in, because I know this guy is going to turn around and... this is the right arm, right? Yeah. I wish I could be shooting at them from a slightly different angle here. I basically want to get whatever work I can done on this guy. Actually, with that in mind, maybe I'll get a more clear shot if I... Okay, well, that's a non-starter. So why isn't it targeting me if I'm inside the... I don't think this is going to be all that conclusive in terms of the attacks, because if you take a look at how I'm moving, there's going to be a shot through at least one building. Unfortunately, I can't really position myself any closer without putting myself in danger. So, actually, with that in mind, why waste the time on a weapon I know is not going to be as effective?
I would never want to belong to anyone.
Thank you very much for the follow.
Like me for a member.
I'll just lob some missiles at them to remind them who's boss. We'll see if I can push it a little bit closer to the... Yeah, I just don't want them to launch those things into the wall. You end up salvaging a lot of missile launchers. Didn't even know that there were auto shotguns. Oh yeah, it doesn't. Like if you look in the window, like if you go to your inventory and say and like look for the words auto shotgun, you're not going to find it. But what you are going to find is a shotgun that fires a lot of bullets. Okay, I really hate that I'm doing this because this is a strategically, this is a terrible decision. I actually want this thing to fire at me one turn, just to see how it uses its weapon. So I'm just going to kind of sneak up on it. Okay. I think the real hero of this round is actually going to be my bruiser. Hey, we got the right arm. What a persistent bunch. Command won't commit any more drop squads to the site, so let's get this over with. So this unit's going to eject. Okay, so when it wants to target someone, it's going to target my Hermes. Now, I don't actually want the thing to successfully fire. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to chase it down and I'm going to beat it over the head with an axe. Hopefully we can do that a lot sooner, otherwise I'm in trouble. Oh, I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to catch this thing. Okay, I'm just going to put my finger at the very edge of the attack. Yeah, I got to be able to hit that. I'm also gonna give myself a little bit of an advantage. On the odd chance that that doesn't work, I'm also gonna set myself up with a, hang on. Oh, I thought they were knocked out. Okay, never mind. Is the heat damage worth it? I think it is. And then I'm going to slightly adjust my positioning. Basically what I want to have is a barrier between... Okay, well... I want to have a barrier between me and my melee unit when... Well, yeah, here's the thing. Is this unit actually going to be in the area when the attack comes? Okay, well, there's somebody who wants to attack me. So it's just that little sort of indent in the battlefield that makes that... I'm not able to get the precision I need. So I'd ideally like to be sitting right here, but the game's going to force me to be on this spot or this spot, so I don't quite get what I needed. The answer to that, though, is just to get in closer, and I should have the angle that I need. Have I tried the incendiary weapons? The repeater I have has got a thermal component to it, so it hasn't... the problem I've had with it is that I've been shooting it through a lot of buildings, so it really hasn't been impressing me with its damage lately. And then I think the axe has a thermal component to it, but it's not really the... It's not the main feature. So I haven't quite been able... Like, I haven't been able to do the really dramatic stuff like cook a, you know... cook an enemy in their cockpit or anything like that. But I also haven't been paying too close... I haven't been paying the best attention at the overall effects of those weapons. Okay, let's see if I can finesse this to where it needs to be. Okay, so if I just stop here... Okay, so let's say I wait like a heartbeat. Or mech beat. Okay, there's like this tiny little window where they get a clear shot on my unit, but I'm willing to take the risk. I should actually probably also quantify what I'm up against. So in this case, we've got an enemy mech face planting into the ground and an elevated tank. The last reinforcement had a sniper rifle, but that's no guarantee that the next one will. So I think one of the things I want to do here is try and put as many buildings between me and the railgun as possible. Although I think I'm walking into the turret there. Yep. That is not the key to a happy life. Okay, if I just leg it... So yeah, the problem with this is that I'm getting close to the railgun shot. So if I fail to dodge it, there's problems there. I tagged the edge of the... Okay. I do want the Hermes in the middle of the fight, but I don't actually want to... I don't want to get hit by anything. So I think I'm just going to do my old-fashioned moves. We'll fire a lot of shotguns at a turret and call it a turn. Not my most exciting set of choices. The missiles don't really count for anything. I feel like I've already dealt with the enemy unit here, so let's move back. I think what I'll do here... This should be about as close as I'm going to get to a proper, like, no obstructions, full-on shot at a stationary enemy unit. So this should give me a good sort of litmus test in terms of the actual damage that this thing's going to be able to pull out, or put out. And then I can spend the rest of the turn sort of getting myself into position for whatever's going to be coming up over here. Okay, it landed. And it doesn't look like this thing took too much damage. Okay, 672 is pretty respectable. I probably should have done that slower just so I could see how everything worked out. We're up against an assault rifle, so nothing to worry about there, and a Vulcan. All right, this is going to be fun. Okay, well, this is an easy decision at the start. Wait for the end of the turn. I gotta get closer, though. Well, I gotta get closer, but I also gotta not get hit by the... Well, it's a machine gun, so is it gonna shoot through the wall? I don't think so. Ugh! So it's got a second shot. Okay, that's another story then. I'm gonna try and be a little sneaky then. Although I should remember that I am dealing with a Vulcan cannon, so I don't exactly want to... I don't exactly want to tempt fate on this. And presumably it'll be reloading next round, so... Alright. Now, if there was ever a job for my... like, knock them out in one turn axe... The turrets in this level are doing a fantastic job. I mean, they're doing what they're supposed to do, providing sort of the crowd control to keep me from really messing with the enemy units. I don't think it would hurt for me to do some more jet work. I'm starting to test the limits of my heat threshold, but I think it's worth it. So the one thing I don't want to do is... so this unit's going to fire through this round. It's going to cool down for a little bit. The one thing I don't want to have happen is have me start to get in range and then have this thing turn around and just open fire on me the entire time I'm running towards it for a melee strike. But obviously there's only one other enemy unit for me to worry about here, which is the it's the sharpshooter. One thing I can try and do is just angle myself to a slightly better position to no. So they're obviously not going to get through that. They're just going to bonk into my shield, and that'll be that. Okay. At this point, I might as well just finish the job with the shotgun. And then I'm going to assume that this remaining enemy is dealt with, so the Hermes is going to be running in to deal with, with enemy units on the other side of the map. Yeah, so the thing I'm most interested in actually is what happens over here. So they're going to do their sniper thing in a little bit. I'm not too worried because this unit should be dashing around the time that they... Oh, you know what? They might finish their dash in time for the shot. Alright, so that pilot's out. And there's not really going to be any action that happens here, so we'll just watch them wreck that. Commander, the base is circled around to the perimeter. We're ready to pick the squad up if needed. So I'm really not in the mood to try and escape the... Whoa! I wish I saw what happened there. Oh, it looks like I did another shotgun shot. So I'm definitely not ready to retreat. I am going to take forever to get where I need to go, but I figure if nothing else, I can let the Lance kind of do cleanup duty on the remaining turrets. Okay, so the thing I was scared about happening looks like that's coming to pass. This thing is going to open... Oh, good God. Both of them are going to open fire on me. Okay. Well, this just got very interesting. So this is kind of a hope and a prayer that this thing's going to hold out for as long as I need it to. The good news is the behemoth is coming with its incendiary repeater. Okay, then the Hermes will join in. Now the big thing here is that I don't expect this tank to be an active participant in the fight. Oh, buildings are in all the wrong places. So I get stuck in the penalty box for the most of this encounter. Well, that just won't do. So let's... So if I run up like that and I... curses. The turret placement on this is excellent. Like, so for... Like, from a tactical point of view, it's maddening. From a wow, I wonder how they did this point of view. Like, they really messed with my plans with this placement. I'm very impressed. Okay, so you know what? Let's just make this another... If I make this another travel round, what does that get me? Well, I suppose for starters, I just get to own this turret for a bit. Really? Okay, so then we'll wait out the danger zone. And then the rest of the turn is spent traversing the dangerous wilds. Cool. Excuse me. Okay. Obviously all the drama is going to be happening on this side of the map, so let's pick a good angle and watch the fireworks. Cool. So we'll see how much damage this does, especially from reverse. Cool. I mean, it's all barrier, but... Now, what does interest me, though, is this is supposed to do thermal damage. Oh, maybe it's because I'm hitting the barrier. So the hope was that because it's firing the... because it's going to be firing the Vulcan... I want to see if this thing might overheat. Okay, so we've got some turrets off the board, which is good. This unit's about to surrender, so it's really just at this point it's just a matter of cleanup. So I'll move this unit. Oh yeah, we're laughing. So I'll move this unit up. Well, okay, hang on. We won't trample over the surrendering guy. I'm not that mean. But I'll put myself up on a little perch. Again, all the while take... At this point, I don't even really care that they're good shots. The whole thing about having this assault rifle is just I can sort of fire whenever I want. Well, almost. Although if I'm getting that close, maybe a shotgun. No. Close enough. Okay. So this thing is generating heat, but it looks like it's from the Vulcan, not from the railgun repeater. So experimental precision weapon filling a role similar to ballistic marksman rifles. Fires tungsten rods capable of penetrating through structures and units. Projectile damage drops off with every object it passes through. So that was the thing that I didn't really respect before. So shooting through buildings is cool, but the effective damage when shooting through buildings isn't all that cool. And so the question then becomes, is this thing really worth packing compared to the sniper rifle this used to have? And I'm thinking no, but I could be convinced otherwise. We'll see how the rest of the turn turns out. So, the obvious question here is, can I get my Sleipnir to a more protective location? And the answer seems to be yes, surprisingly. I would never have tried this move. So this is one of the things I love about the This is one of the things I love about the new UI. So notice how you get the dotted line when you're passing through an obstacle. I never would have tried this kind of a maneuver under the old system. Although I will admit it's actually a little passive for my tastes, because obviously being able to finish this guy off with a big axe to the face is probably better. So maybe I'll stop being such a baby. We'll trust the architect of this tower, and you know, we'll bonk him on the head when the turn's done. All right, the poor Lance. Somebody's got to have all the armor, so they're going to take a while to get to the other side of the battlefield. And I think that's it for the turn. So. Holy crap! Okay, well. Stop! So it's party time with the turret at this point. Assuming this thing is still standing. I think I'll just leave it be. Cool. All hostiles eliminated, site under control. Okay, 45-second battle, 952 damage taken, 22,953 damage inflicted. Those numbers are making me smile. 125 actions planned, 1,887 meters traveled, 4 units destroyed, no parts on site, 376 supplies. Vidar. Well, the Svalin might be a good shield for me. Okay, there's a heavy shotgun, so that might be an improvement for the lance. Another incendiary repeater, so... Is it even possible to disable it? I'm pretty sure those things are like just done for. Oh, a new sniper rifle, a dice. A lot of railgun repeaters. We got another Vulcan, apparently. Okay, so there's actually quite a few goodies that... Holy crap, that's a lot of green. Oh, but it's like not... Most of it's on the stuff that I wouldn't use. So if I got like some kind of a rare Vulcan, I'd be... Oh, this light of my life. This is never leaving my inventory. So I sort of get that this... I think this is supposed to mean scrap if I read the... like the patch notes correctly. What I'm trying to think about though is how would I know, like just looking at this button here, how would I know that this is scrap? Oh my god, what did I just equip that on? What in the world did I just do? I'm gonna hit exit and I'm gonna hope that I get to keep all those goodies. Freedom! You have successfully liberated this province and the people rejoice. The relief is palpable. One of your pilots wanders over to you as you watch the people dance in the streets. I know there's a lot more to do, she says, but shouldn't we celebrate the small victories? She and some of your other pilots would like to celebrate with the people. So we're going to be picking up the scrap anyway. I'm hoping I didn't ruin my scrap. Give your pilots the night off and some booze to blow off steam. We'll lose 6 hours, but again, we'll be doing the scrap recovery anyway. Minus 200 supply and minus 100 fatigue. We still have one more base to clear out, but then we're going to be moving on to what will be our final province before we move on to the capital city. Defended. Your recon says that this place is defended. You will need to take it by force if you want anything out of there. Well, we'll suit up. Again, we're going to take a look at my goodies because there's a lot there, or there should be a lot there, and there are some changes I want to make. So, for starters, the Behemoth, the Railgun Repeater was interesting, but I'm not sure it quite sold me on being very necessary. Oh, interesting. So it says thermite, but it doesn't, like, so the name just implies... The name implies heat damage. It doesn't actually do heat damage. So that was my bad. God, I really want to try an Ultra Heavy on one of these at some point. So this will do 816 damage. Now this is not terrible, right? 816 damage. Admittedly, it's 816 damage over the same 3 shots. It takes slightly longer to do the attack, but again, let's do some comparison. So this is my baseline, the Lock, the sniper rifle, which is going to fire off 5 shots in 2 seconds. Let's see what my alternatives there are. So next up is the Dice. The Dice will do 1 shot, slightly slower interval, but like only by 0.08 seconds, and less than a third of the damage. So it's hard to see that as an improvement. So really what the question comes down to, I've already sacrificed a little bit of distance. I think I'm willing to accept that. The question is there something else that would compel me to try and take on these railgun repeaters again? In this particular case, I think the answer is no. They take longer to fire, and they do less damage overall over a shorter distance. So to a certain extent, they kind of have... Basically, they're kind of like the assault rifle. So I think if I want to put these on a mech, I would want to put it on a mech which I would want to have similar, sort of similar behavior to an assault rifle, but acknowledging that I would have to sort of stand and do the damage. Obviously, the firing window on that thing is really, really long. Okay, upper body. We got a bunch of Vidar heavies, but again, we travel light with these folks. This one has slowly become progressively more red over the course of the playthrough. Lower body, we have got, okay, more heavy Vidar. You know what? I think I might actually make my... I think I should probably make my Vulcan mech, just so I can get it out of my system. Left items, so some Svalin... I have a sidearm axe. Good lord. I got some ideas for that. And we just went over all of the right-hand weapons. So, it does look like there might be a couple of improvements for the lance there. Let's see if we can equip some goodies. So first thing I want to take a look at are my shotguns. So right now I'm using the semi. There's 4 shots. It does a total of 1321 in a full volley. An output per second of 628, although per sec... So here's the thing to keep in mind about per second. Per second is a great normalizing figure. If you want to have a level playing field... This is one thing actually I find really interesting about Phantom Brigade, and why I've gotten so invested in it, is that in most circumstances, a normalization of damage per second is very, it's perfectly good as a measure. Obviously, if you're playing something like the WoW of Warcraft, you know, it's unrealistic to expect that you are going to be doing your max DPS for an entire encounter, because obviously there's going to be cooldowns on your ability, or you'll have mana or something like that. But it does a good job of sort of saying, you know, this configuration does better than that configuration, and then, you know, your ability to sustain that, you know, you might want to try and do some discounts in accordance with what you think you're going to do for a build. But by and large, DPS sort of tells you that's a good baseline for you to work with. What's really interesting about Phantom Brigade is the circumstances under which you are going to be dealing your damage are so various that you can't actually just mindlessly look at DPS as a single measure. So if you have like a perfect example of this would be the fact that it's an optimal interval of 2.10 seconds, and the total amount of damage is 1321. So this means that I'm actually going to have an enemy in my sights for that full 210, and maybe what I really care about is the fact that when I point this gun and pull the trigger, I am going to be able to deliver something very close to that 1321 number. Now let's compare this to, where is it? I used to have a ton of these things. There's another weapon that I can compare it to, but I actually specifically want to check another one of these ones because I feel like okay, the Hurricane. Oh, that's interesting. The optimal interval is actually shorter. So this one here, it's 1200 damage, but of course it's over a shorter interval, so the DPS might actually be higher. Well, the concussive is higher. This is not a good example. Do I have another machine gun? Yeah, 2.5. I'm thinking of the ones which like take half the turn to run. So like, because the thing here is that, oh, this is a handgun. This isn't meaningful. Okay, 3-second medium machine gun. Although it looks cool as hell. 1102 damage. But again, this is assuming that for 3 seconds I'm going to be able to stand still and deliver that on an enemy unit. Now, there's a great argument for this, that the concussive damage might be, might be the thing that makes this worth running with. But the reason why I've largely avoided using these machine guns is the fact they take so long to put out their damage. And because for the most part, so many of my units are quite fragile, if I get stuck in a, in sort of an exchange of fire, I'm going to be the one who's worse off at the end of the encounter. So I've pretty much done shotgun only on the Lance. It's going to take some convincing for me to get moved off of that. So like, here's a great example with this heavy. So it says here the optimal interval is 2.59 and it does 1222. The really important thing to remember though is that there's only one shot. So as long as I can get that one shot off, I don't really care about the full interval. I care about the time between me saying fire and the actual shot going off. I'll probably actually get a bunch of free time at the end of it. The thing is though is that it's less overall damage, and I think the range is shorter. It is. It's also heavier. So what about the other heavy shotgun? Again, not great for the overall damage. I do like the shorter optimal interval, but I have to give up the range on that one. So I'm thinking we keep the existing shotgun. Yeah, all the other one. Oh, this one does more damage. Oh, this is 7 shots too. So actually, Pickle Fights, this is the, remember how I was saying about like an auto shotgun? I lied. Apparently the name of the shotgun is in fact the auto. So the semi has 4 shots, the auto has 7. So the thing here is that the total amount of damage for this thing over a 0.4 second longer interval, it's about 50 units, and it does less concussive damage. Although this is slightly, it's not as bad on the heat generation. Overall, though, this hasn't quite, it hasn't impressed me quite enough to be able to change it, but a shotgun like this is a pretty devastating one. Under the right circumstances. Again, the whole point of that rant that I just went on was about sort of appreciating the situations under which, basically it helps to appreciate the conditions under which the damage that you're looking at will be happening, because obviously if you're expecting if you're expecting to just be able to hold down the trigger on a heavy machine gun and every other enemy unit is firing at you, you need to have some kind of a survival plan. Oh, now this is interesting. So if I filter for shotguns, it's not actually going to show me the comparison. I wonder if that's intentional or not. So this auto is 1444, so why didn't I like it by comparison? In fact, I've got 2 shotguns that seem to do more damage. Why does it not compare anymore? So I actually want to work this this shotgun question out, because even though it may lower the overall level of my mech. Okay, so this was 1373, but I think it took longer to fire. Right, so that's why I didn't use that auto. So this was my green heavy, so slightly less concussive damage. Okay, this one had the longer range. I think this, yeah, this was my old heavy. Let's at least go back to this old one. So then the question is, do I want this auto? Was the speed on my fast mech? You thought you built your pretty fast at 21, but it looked like you were covering way more ground. I think I'm at 22 on the Hermes. I'll answer that in a sec. I'm actually going to bring the Hermes up because I might have a better assault rifle on it. But I'll be with you on that in a second. I think I'm actually going to try this. I think I'm going to try this auto. So, what's the trade-off? The DPS, I think, is worse on this one. Oh, that's a really big difference, actually. You know what? I'm going to stick with the... I think I'm going to stick with the rare shotgun. Because as cool as 1444 damage is, doing that over 2.5 seconds doesn't exactly spark joy. And it generates a heck of a lot more heat. Okay. So the old spec was the better one after all. So my Hermes, my fastest unit is 28. So yeah, sorry, I lied to you. It is actually quite a bit faster. Okay, let's take a look. I'm currently using a burst. Am I using a burst? That's funny. I thought I was using an Astra. Okay. So 678 over a 1.47 second interval. This takes longer, fires more shots, and does less damage. This is pretty tasty. The scatter's worse. Duration's longer. I have no idea why the game thinks a longer duration is better for a weapon. I think the fact that the scatter's a bit worse probably should be a concern. I am willing to give this thing a shot, though. Ooh. I think we said the, like the lower bodies were all VDARs, right? Okay. So there's going to be one other thing that I do. Oh, can I not make a... Right, I can only mess with existing ones. Okay, next time I'm back on the strategic map, I will make sure that I do build my proper Vulcan carrier. So just out of interest, my overall speed. So my sniper's got a speed of 2279. The Hermes is my fastest at a flat 28. My Lance is my slowest, that's 1458, and then the Sleipnir unfortunately had to give up a bit of speed to be able to hold its axe, but it's at 16.8. So it still does, like, the thing is that it does occasionally run into those problems, like where it doesn't cover the ground fast enough to prevent a heavy weapon from firing at them, but generally they get where they need to go in enough time. Okay, abandoned storage cache. It's an experimental op, smash and grab, most likely containing parts, subsystems, or supplies. It's often possible to secure the equipment and escape without eliminating all the guards. But we don't get all the delicious scrap if we do that. Command of the base had to disengage. We won't be able to pick up the squad for the time being. 2 enemy units on the field. More good music. And this is one of those objective ones. Oh, I love this map. And reinforcements on turn 4. Okay, so we've got a heavy shotgun and a shield, so just as well I have my sniper, we can engage at range. Railgun repeater, that is going to be a worry, and they are coming after the Hermes, so the funny thing about this one is going to be the smartest decision is actually to just book it. Everybody else, though, basically has to close the distance as quickly as possible. This will be trickier than I thought, actually. Because once I do this... Like, I'm already in range. Okay, totally new approach for Mr. Sniper here. Probably not going to be able to do much this turn. Might be able to get some cheeky missiles off. But I will be in a pretty good position to... If the bad guys poke their heads out, I will be able to bonk them on the head with a sniper rifle. The one thing I'm worried about is it's possible I may not actually be able to do any meaningful attacks on this round. Okay, so the problem with this is I get close, but I'm going to be overheating, so... And the problem with this one is almost certainly this unit is going to be trying to shotgun them, so I might actually have to pull the Sleipnir back, but... Okay, so the way I'm going to handle this issue is I'm going to try and move... So I'm going to move like this. So one thing that's going to happen is, you know, again, if you've ever played a first-person shooter, if you're trying to shoot... I could probably... I'll show you exactly what the full move is. So... First of all, I'm doing a full dash right around the time that the attack starts. Oh, and then it becomes unnecessary. Okay, so you can kind of take a look at this from the perspective of the person who's firing at me. So you can use the red line as the guide. So the target that you're going after is moving like this, as opposed to if I was charging them to close the distance. So which one do you think is easier to hit? And then what I basically did was for the start of the attack, the beginning always has a little bit of warm-up. So this is roughly around the time that they start warming up the jets. Around the time that the bullet's coming after me, I'm actually going to be in motion. And then for the last little bit of the shot, I'm going to be running and doing the curve. And this is the point where I actually start firing my weapon. Whether or not it actually works is a whole other question, but I'm not going to close the distance quite enough. So really, this is all just set up for the rest of the... This is going to be the setup for the next turn. And hopefully people's heat isn't going to be too high for the magic moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hit it, and then we'll slow it down to see whether or not the dodge works. Should be a third. Or maybe there's only two. Nuts. Wait, how is that not a hit? Okay, I don't know what I was thinking here. Okay, well, I'm not going to complain about not getting hit there, but this is the point where the AI could accuse me of cheating. Really, the reason for slowing down though is this is like one of the best. This is one of the best songs on the soundtrack, in my opinion. Okay, so how we do this round is a lot of this is gonna depend in terms of what the enemy unit is up to. What in the world is this thing firing? It overheats off of one shot from this shotgun. Good lord. Okay. Well, the easy answer here is get out of the way of anything that's going to hurt you. So it looks like I am a favorite of the. The repeater again. So my hope is that this melee attack is going to whack both of them. Let's actually make double sure of that. Triple sure of it. Okay, so while we're waiting for my melee unit to come in, I mean, so it seems to me there's a really easy. We do the same trick that we did last time, which is to basically we kind of find the perpendicular. Sorry. All right, Picklefits, thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate the follow as well. What I want to do here is I want to sort of go at an angle. By the way, I'm assuming that this works. Like, it might be that there's a totally different calculation that happens. I'm not completely upset that they're going to be hitting their own guy on this attack, possibly. But yeah, I mean, essentially, I'm gonna try and find. I think this might even be. I think it would be appropriate for me to call it the normal. But yeah, I'm basically just trying to find the angle that that'll let me. That will make me the hardest to hit. Okay, now I'm gonna do something a little unexpected for me. I'm actually going to send this unit off to capture the objective, because I don't really think there's a whole lot that I can be adding to this. Like, even that might cause friendly fire. But honestly, the best thing that this unit seems to be able to do right now is capture an objective. Even the sniper at this point, like, they're sort of in the range where they need to be, but there's just not... Well, you know what? I shouldn't sell them. Shouldn't sell them short. I do, however, want to make sure that I'm actually attacking in the right zone. Okay, so that's not viable. I do think that can hit, though. Maybe I'll push it a little bit further so that I want to try and make sure that So the thing to remember is that the unit's going to be here, not where I'm pointing. Okay, so again, lots going to be happening. Unfortunately, the trees are going to obscure most of it, but let's see if we can get a good view. I went right into the wall. So the real magic's going to be when the melee attack happens in here. I do want to see if we successfully dodge the... Yeah, we did. It would have been better if I focused on the Hermes so you could see the sudden escape, but... Alright. This is either going to be amazing or very tragic. Alright, so he's already taken out. That means we'll probably miss this hit. Oh, no, we hit him. Oh, good lord, look at that heat damage. And that was friendly fire, sadly. Okay, so that thing went up. We don't need to worry about the sniper anymore. And I'm probably not going to succeed in this this next melee attack. The funny thing is, we didn't actually do that much damage, but we did a lot of damage to the right arm, which means we might be able to just take this. We might just be able to take this unit out without too much of a fight. Oh man, if he had hit him in midair, I would have been so happy. Yeah, so I mean it's 88 barrier damage. I don't need to worry too much about the. I don't need to worry too much about it as long as I. You can already see I'm regenerating it. So the more damage we can do the right-hand side of this unit, the better off I'm going to be. Oh, they want revenge. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm going to overheat if I... Yeah, if I go for round 2, I'm in trouble. So I'm going to run off. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure they're going to hit the wall again, but as a precaution... Okay, well I've locked myself to this position, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the Hermes. The Hermes was originally going to take care of things on this... You know what? They will still be able to take care of things on that side of the map. But what I want to be focusing on right now is doing as much damage, because there's location-based damage in this game, and because its right arm is down to 264 damage... This assault rifle is going to do 798, so I really need just half of it to hit the arm. So I'm going to hit it for kind of 2 volleys worth. I'm gonna stop and fire for these, and then following that, I'll walk and claim the objective. And then they're going to be limping along. So I'm taking a risk doing this because they'll be able to fire at the start of their next turn. But I'm banking on being able to retaliate. In this case here, I'm just going to keep the snipers in a perfect position to kind of cover the objectives. So if the reinforcements, when they show up, wind up here, I'm in a bit of trouble. But I don't know where they're going to be coming in. Have you ever seen the game Star Renegades? The name sounds familiar. Could you maybe jog my memory a little bit, Mosquito Controller? Okay. I like the music, and I really want to see if this works. So I'm going to slow things down again. Ooh, no, don't turn like that. No, no, what are you doing? Stop! Oh, thank God. Oh, he's showing too much of his back. What are you doing, sir? Oh, I blew it. I forgot to stand still. We didn't do anything to his... Oh, that's such a shame. We didn't do anything to his right arm. That's on me. I didn't plan it out right out. Riley Conan, are you the composer? I'm sorry, the names don't the names don't immediately pop out at me. if you have anything to do with the audio, like audio in general for this game, the music especially, oh my goodness, this song is something else. Like, I love all of it. I particularly love that the game tells me its assessment of... I particularly love that the game tells me sort of its assessment of my chances by the music. But okay, so this song in particular I really like, and at the risk of completely gushing, I will share. Oh, thank you so much for the. Oh my God, Valken, you gifted the sub here. Well, Riley, for however long we have you here, please avail yourself of these emotes. Valken, thank you so much for doing that. For those of you wondering why I'm so stoked about this song in particular. Okay, actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm sorry. We're actually gonna pause the action on this for a little bit. This is gonna be tough for me because I actually really don't like hearing my voice. And I sound so oh god, like it's actually really hard for me. I try to watch my stuff to try and get better, but it is a struggle. I am, however, going to share the clip. Where is it? So one of the particular reasons why I like this bit of music is this is, I believe this is when they first added rockets to the game. The full clip of this has like all of the planning for the turn, but it's like, oh man, like the Hermes is kind of out and exposed, and like they're going to be firing all of these rockets, and I wonder if I'm going to be able to escape. So this is the first time where I could see whether or not I'm able to escape the rockets. And I really think like the music went from like really enjoying the moment to like, I feel on top of the world. So anyways, here is that moment. Okay. It's not just going to justify the heat that we take, but... Oh. It took him out, though. Oh god, I really want to see how this goes. Run! Yes! Oh my god, this game is so good. But yeah, so like, especially keeping in mind, like, this is pretty much the first time in this game that I've been seeing like the streaks of the missiles and the shockwave when the missile, like when things connect with the buildings and such. And to have like the really dramatic parts of the music come in, right? I was on cloud 9 playing that. So it's definitely I you know, it's one of these things where like just because I picked one shirt out of the closet doesn't mean I hate all my other shirts. But this song in particular brings back like some of my favorite memories of Phantom Brigade. So yeah, it's like I have so many nice things to say about the music here. But this song basically I'm guaranteed to. This song I'm almost always guaranteed to wind up commenting on the soundtrack, and I'll usually go slow mo just for the sake of of getting a chance to to spend some more time with it. Okay, so again, the fears were justified. I can't close the distance, and I mean, if I stood still and I came in for a swooping attack. Oh, okay. This music will now make me do reckless things. Would I respect myself for not taking a chance to go swooping in from on high with an axe? Of course we're doing this. We are also running away as soon as that happens. Okay, so I'll wait until my guy's clear. And unfortunately, the Hermes has to stay put so that they can get it. So, and we'll leave the sniper. We'll leave the sniper be, because honestly, all the action's going to be happening in this area. I'll move the camera for the follow up with the lance because it may be irrelevant. Yes! He's going to surrender off of that too. I'm actually kind of glad that he went under the bridge that way, because obviously that's more scrap for us. What a persistent bunch. Command won't commit any more drop squads to the site, so let's get this over with. Okay, so again, I choose to believe this is the rookie pilot face planting into the ground, and we've got a tank. Did it really say 2? Okay, well, we're not retreating, that's for sure. So I kind of wasted my sniper moving them over here. Fortunately, there's nothing we can do to the enemy for the start, so I'm just going to move myself to a better position for the response. I'm just going to rough out the... Oh, right, I gotta be... you know what, this will still work. So I'm just kind of roughing out the distances of things. Okay, so it's not great over here, but... I think we'll be able to make it work. Now this is, I mean, this unit wants to be in everyone's face, so we're gonna jet up. We don't know what the enemy units are going to be holding, so actually I think I'm just gonna go right up the middle. For the Sleipnir, so if I'm lucky, I'm going to be able to jump up on the. I don't know how much you want to bet if I go. Just get a running start, we can get on top of that. Yep. So I want my sort of jetpacks to be early. Now again, I'm probably going to run into the same problem that I ran into last mission, which is this tank is going to say, oh, what a wonderful target that's running straight towards me. The one bit of good news here is that if I feel threatened, I'm going to be able to run the opposite direction and sort of jet down into this into sort of this maintenance bay. This unit's going to be ejecting. I really hope they walk away from the... Okay, good. It's like, this is really going to hurt if they try and eject under the bridge. And then the Hermes, I don't think we've got enough clearance to be able... Yeah, so we'll just run around the edge. Hopefully we do not collide with the sniper, because that would be embarrassing. Man, we get some great distance on this thing. And if anything, I just want to be able to create some more options for these guys to fire at, but I am behind a hill, so that's probably not gonna happen. Let's see what we're up against. Now he landed on his feet. That's a sniper rifle and a railgun repeater. Okay, so even if I jump behind the wall, that's not going to help, and everybody hates the melee guy. Okay, well, Even if they can shoot through walls, I'm not equipped to deal with a sniper rifle. Uh-oh. I wasn't... Okay, I wasn't actually expecting to face my problems. Yeah, I'll try one other... Okay, theoretically I can do... Oh, actually, that works... Oh, that doesn't work at all, because that's basically a straight line. So again, if I can, something perpendicular to the... I keep wanting to say orthogonal, but that just makes me sound like an idiot. No, sorry, that doesn't make sound... That makes me sound like I'm not an idiot, but I want everybody to know I'm not an idiot. It's a really good word, though. Okay, well, the one virtue of this is that it's... Okay, no, hang on. If I'm spending this much effort, so if I do just want to run in and cause problems... Let's plan this out properly. So, -1, -2, leave my friend alone. Perfect. So of course the tank should already be taken out by the unit walking into it. But just in case it isn't. Oh, well that's no good. So if we walk it, I wonder if we can actually make that. Nope. Looks like they're scurrying off. We have other ways of making this work, though. So obviously I only need to keep the shield up for the duration of the attack. So I'll chase him down, and as soon as the shield goes down, we'll pop him with a shotgun. It'll also hopefully be good for some concussive damage. And then the Hermes, which is blindingly fast. I could use a... no, that'll work. I feel like we can do a little bit better, though. So that... Oh, I am tempting fate with the collisions there, but... Okay, so obviously I don't want to hit my own unit, so I might want to give a little more grace to the... And I figure we can probably run parallel. I'll probably outpace the sniper. Yeah, too much heat there. This poor sniper doesn't have anything to do. So it is admittedly very unlikely that I'm going to penetrate that hill. I think the game is telling me the truth there. I do want to see if it works, though, because if it doesn't, then there's absolutely no point for the unit staying there. So, of course we're going to do this in slow motion. Oh, the reason I didn't chain it was heat. Unless I was mistaking which one you were referring to. Okay, so did we get the... Okay. We'll see if they're actually... Oh, well, they're holding pretty steady. We might actually still get the melee strike in. Nope. Watch your aim there. Yeah, there's no way that sniper shot's gonna hit them. I'm my own worst enemy here. There we go. So I probably didn't do myself any favors by actually running with Sleipnir here. Nothing more dramatic than shooting shooting an enemy in the back as they run away. Okay. So they're surrendering, as it should be. Let's see. Okay, so they hate... Okay, in fairness, I did just step on them, so I suppose I can't blame them. Now, I did just say that I shouldn't do something because of heat, but something tells me a shield is not a very good defensive mechanism against something which is designed to penetrate barriers. So, it is time for the Sleipnir to do a favor. How much you want to bet that that's not actually going to do what I think it does? I'm going to hit my own unit again. Ugh, yeah, I hate this, but I think it's... I just don't think I have that much... I don't really have that much else in terms of options. Because the thing about it, like, it's nice that I get this... It's nice that I get this, this arc. The challenge is that I need to anticipate where this unit's going to be. Okay, actually, here's one thing that I can do to make life easier for myself. Take the shotgun out of the equation. That way I'm not worried about hitting my own guy. So one side effect of this too is you'll notice after I hit them... Oh, not anymore. I was thinking that the enemy unit could be something that gets in the way of the attack, but in this case here I'm really counting on the Sleipnir to do its job here. And then as a secondary, I think I can get a second attack off. Yeah, so if that doesn't work... After the lance takes all the damage, I get a second attempt, which is why I'll try and get the Hermes, because friendly fire was not a problem with this unit at all in the last round. Let's consider alternatives. Ah, no, the surrendering unit's going to be a problem. I could not have picked a worse angle for that to happen in. Yeah, no. There's some rather heroic assumptions I'm making about the competence of my pilots, but I will allow it. And then this might actually be the sniper's time to shine this round. This blue line is shield related. Okay. You think we brought enough guys to handle the one tank? But we're going to do this in slow motion because the Sleipnir's attack is going to work first try, and I won't need to worry, right, chat? And now I will feel mildly bad about all of the damage that this thing's gonna take. Mission accomplished. Obviously, we could have gotten a little bit of scrap there if I wasn't as nervous about my ability to deliver on the attacks. 35-second battle, 354 damage taken, 5,632 damage inflicted, no units lost, no subsystems on site, 91 actions planned, 2 kilometers and 47 meters traveled, 2 units destroyed, 81 supplies on site, and a partridge in a pear tree. Got a bunch of VDARs. Trying to figure out exactly what's going on with the Zed fighting here. I'm like, I don't know if it's, I don't think it's because there's more than one. I think the weapon's supposed to look like this, and there's just something else going on with the textures because like it's the whole tank that's affected by it. But I also feel like this predated the. I feel like this predated the Livery or Death update. Anyways, something that trained professionals will handle, rather than me just sitting down saying, I wonder, oh, huh, it's happening on all of them now. What are we looking at? All grays. So maybe not the most exciting choice. Okay, we're going to do the salvage. So I think I'm done for tonight. I'm actually already 50 minutes past where I was going to be, but I did promise that I was going to build a prototype mech for... I was going to build a prototype mech for the... for the Vulcan. So let's get some... We'll let some time pass so that we can at least let me explore creative options. And I suppose it's just as well that we got the Livery or Death update because now I'll get to, color it. One of your pilots calls out to for the mobile base to stop. It's already stopped. In the field you're passing. She spotted the burned out wreckage of a mech. It's got our flag, but it doesn't look like one of ours, boss, she says. Must be an old model. Grass has grown over parts of it, and it looks in a terrible state, but you'll need to get closer for a proper look. Doesn't look too far from here. Shall we go take a look? Sure, we'll investigate. Obviously, we'll investigate next week, but I do want to see what my possibilities are. I figured this will also be a nice little chance for me to mess around with some of the UI stuff that I wasn't looking at in terms of unit construction, and more importantly, one of the reasons why I wanted to build one of these. Oh, good lord. I've built so many of these things. It's an empty frame that I made, right? Yeah, I guess it would have to be unit for 06. Okay. So this is a chance for me to sort of think a little bit about what role this, this thing has. What, I get. if I'm going to put this mech in the field, it means I'm taking away a quarter of a team that's working really well for me. And I'm specifically building it around the use of one particular weapon. And so I want to think about what the strengths of that weapon are and how I can mitigate some of the disadvantages that it might have. So obviously the first thing I need to do is get the weapon that I know. Like there's one invariant part of this design, which is the ultra heavy weapon. And obviously we'll do the one with maximum damage, although I am intrigued to see that so DPS minus, and yet it does the DPS the per second. It has a longer optimal interval, but it does more damage. Okay, yeah, so I get 20 damage per second more and shave off almost a full second from the fire. Hey, no worries, Riley. Riley Koenig. It's I'm actually pretty much wrapping up myself. But yeah, I really appreciate you hanging out. I'm sure any inspection of my VODs will talk about how much I am enjoying your particular contribution to this game. I'm first of all very happy that Brace Yourself gave me a key for this, because I know I'm not necessarily the largest figure to be streaming this sort of stuff. But it's particularly nice to be able, obviously, you know, Adelaide has made a game that I really enjoy playing. And so design, I kind of feel like gets a bit of an easy pass because I'm talking about specific things the game does. But I can definitely tell you that some of the most streamable moments of this game, in my opinion, have come directly as a result of the work that you've done. So I definitely think that the whole team deserves a big thank you for the work that they've done. Like I say, it can't be easy to put out a major update every month. But this game has just been getting better and better every time I played it. And so it's nice to be able to say thank you to the participants individually. But I hope you have a good evening. I know it must be getting late in Vancouver. I miss Vancouver so much. All right. So yeah, I think I'm going to go for the biggest boom, even though it's going to be the longest firing interval. Okay, so now so I need to think a little bit about what are the problems that I'm going to run into with this one. Well, first of all, the heat generation is catastrophic. 255.36. So I want to there's two things that I want to try and do. I want to be able to absorb as much heat as I can, and I want to be able to sort of minimize the effects, let's say. In this case, I want to be able to dissipate heat as quickly as I can, because that means that's kind of like reloading, basically. So that's what I'm going to keep in mind for my structure. I can't put a left item on because I'm already using the Vulcan. And so, you know, one approach I might want to try would be to say, well, what happens if I put a whole bunch of like light mechs, like a whole bunch of light body parts on this thing? What would that wind up doing for me? It's a reasonable question, because in the end, being able to move on the battlefield with this object and get into a good spot is an important factor. But let's actually start with the legs. What I want to be doing here is I want to try and limit myself in terms of choices. I want to try and figure out exactly what I'm trying to accomplish with each part. I'm going to do the upper body last because the upper body is going to have the largest number of variables, whereas the legs are going to be a little more straightforward. And what I want to work on right now is just to take a look at what things like the VDAR, so the different well, I thought there were different manufacturers. Yeah, Avia and so on. What I want to be doing right now is just see if I can get some standard characteristics. So for instance, looking at heat dissipation. Which of these are giving the highest heat dissipation? In this case, this VDAR H has the highest, but it's also because it's got a dissipation modifier on it. Okay, so let's start by looking for the largest, like the highest numbers. So 481 and 8. So 670. Tsubasa might be better. Yeah, these Tsubasa light legs are looking pretty attractive heat-wise. So this bean is also looking pretty good. Okay, so the fact remains, though, that the best overall heat dissipation that I have is actually on the Vidar heavies. It also has a mobility subsystem, so right now I'm working with an improved reactor. I bet we can do even better. So an excellent reactor will give me a power 3, that's for mobility. But if I put hydraulics on, that's going to give me mass and heat dissipation. And obviously heat dissipation is a bigger factor for me than power, although power will be important as well. Okay. Same story with arms. So obviously here I'm trying to put sort of a premium on my ability to mitigate the heat that's being generated. So we'll do the same thing as before. We'll take a look at heat. Oh yeah, sorry. I should also take a look at the integrity of the legs. 1343 with no barriers. I can't really complain about that. 1343 is a lot to absorb, so. Okay, so again, looking for the highest heat dissipation number, and we'll work from there. Looks like that's a 964, but that does have an active heat sink, so I can't. Oh, the active heat sink's not really going to help me there. Still, 964 is the highest number I can get, at least until 1137 comes by. And a 775 versus an 844. The arms are pretty important to remember because if I lose one of the arms, this thing becomes useless. Okay, so that 1137 number isn't actually real. Okay, so it does look like the Vidars are running ahead. So better overall heat dissipation. It's a difference of about 50 on the integrity. I am going to put this one on. So the question is, do I want to go for a capacitor, which will improve my heat capacity, or do I want to go for a passive heat sink, which will help the dissipation? I think in this case I'm actually going to put the capacitor on. And this is just so that I can keep the cap a little bit higher. And then all the remaining parts are going to deal with the... So one thing I do actually want to try... Yeah, so this was the better one. Whoa! I messed up, didn't I? Wait, are they actually the same? $429.20, $775. Am I going crazy? Which one did I put the capacity? You know, it doesn't even matter. And yeah, I could put the passive heat sink in, but I'll leave it be for now. Okay, same story with the right arm. Let's see what we've got. I would, by the way, prefer a little bit more integrity for the arms, but you don't always get what you want. Oh, now I got to find where I put that capacitor. Otherwise, I'm not gonna. Targeting systems, by the way, are not a terrible option on this thing, because obviously you want to be able to get your, you want to be able to get some punch. But again, I'm trying to help out with the, I'm trying to mitigate the heat where I can. Okay, so I believe there's symmetry between the arms. They're both 755. They both have a heat capacity of 20 and a heat dissipation of 429. So that leaves us with the upper body. So lots of power, lots of heat capacity, so basically everything. Let's say dissipation gets a priority, so this is a great example. It's also got hydraulics on it. This might be the one. Okay, so let's actually set this up as the default. So comparing the Helga, lower integrity, lower power, better heat dissipation, but that's because of the passive heat sink, so that's maybe not so exciting. What does this VDAR bring to the table? Better dissipation. Yeah. In fact, let's just go... We'll go in with both feet. Do I even have more? Yes, I do. This thing has a speed of 4. Is there any possible way I can get that up? A speed of 4 is terrifying. I think I only have standard cores at this. Oh, launch core. Reduce dissipation while increasing the power output. Oh, good lord. So if I put a standard core, this thing goes even slower? No, apparently 4 is the... Oh, now that raises some interesting points. Okay, so if I don't actually get anything for messing around with the weights and such. Okay, well, let's try the launch core. Let's see if we can get this speed up, because 4 speed is really, really slow. Okay, we can bring it up to 5. Oh boy. Oh, I already messed this up. Okay, here's the one with the excellent hydraulics. So, like, I don't need the hydraulics anymore if this thing's still going to penalize me for my weight. So let's actually put some... Let's put some power in, like the excellent reactors to try and... okay, the capacitors aren't going to help me. Oh, you know what? The hydraulics might still be the right call. Yeah, I just can't shake this thing. Okay, that's fine. So I'll still give it the hydraulics because of the heat dissipation. I should pick a body. So overall for heat dissipation, we're actually, I feel like we're doing okay. It's just slow. So let's see if there's a way that we can get around this. So this is kind of a dilemma, right? So we've got good heat dissipation on this thing, but we have less power and lower integrity overall. Well, that's not entirely true. No, that is entirely true on the... My biggest issue here is that I really have not dealt with I've not dealt with the biggest problem of this thing, which is how slow it moves. Okay, so who can give me the best heat dissipation? Hey, let's ask that question instead. Well, heat dissipation or heat capacity? Okay, passive heat sinks don't count. I don't think I can tolerate a light body on this thing. I think it's going to be slow moving no matter what, so... Too heavy, sadly. I mean, this Helga is really tempting, except for the fact that, well, okay, compared to the rest of the systems, though, right? I'll take a look just to see if I can get this number going up. The thing is that I don't think the mass change is going to be enough. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, the rest of those numbers don't really work for me. Okay, I'll confess this isn't exactly how I imagine this thing going. So, let's consider some next steps. So for instance, right now we're currently using a launch core, which will give me a certain amount of power in exchange for heat dissipation, but the power isn't actually getting me anything. Right, I'm still at speed 4, so I might as well put a standard core in and get the better heat dissipation. With that in mind as well, with my lower body, I made a little bit of an effort to be able to... Oh, sorry, I put the reactor in. Maybe I would be willing to entertain a different set of legs, knowing that the mobility is not really going to do anything for me. Let's see if there's a better heat dissipation I can see out of these. Not really. Okay, so I'll keep those as it is. So I guess the last step is to put some livery on. I actually really like this white look. Unfortunately, I don't think I can get the rest of the... I think I can get the rest of it to look like that. So we're going to do this the old-fashioned way, one at a time. Dune's not a bad look. Well, that's getting close to that white look that I wanted. Oh, here we are. How did I miss that before? Okay, so... So now I'm actually going to do something heretical. Let's see if we can just make the... This is my bling gun. I wonder if I can do a darker lower body and still kind of keep a uniform look. I thought the pure white look might be a neat approach for this one, but didn't quite sell me when I saw it. I do kind of like this experimental look though. So I was gonna call this thing the Goliath, but it did occur to me that that is kind of a StarCraft thing. So now I gotta come up with a name. Unit 406 doesn't quite work for me. Leviathan? That might work. Little Hobbesian, but yeah, so is Behemoth though. King Crab. If I wanted to go with my Greek names, I could call it Saturn. Or Jupiter. I feel like Saturn would probably be more appropriate because it's slow moving. Titanic. Shout out to the other game. The problem is whenever I come up with names, I like think to myself and I'm like, oh wait, that's a name in BattleTech that, you know, and I'm trying not to do BattleTech references. Can I write on the barrel Ultima Ratio Regum? Yeah. Magnus? Maybe Magnus might work. If anybody in chat has suggestions, by the way, I won't spend too much more time thinking on this, but... Doomslinger? I say Doomsinger? I don't know, I'm actually kind of getting warm to Magnus the more I think about it. Oh, Doomsinger. Okay. I thought it was something going to be like I thought it was going to be like a Doom reference, but like with a Norse. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm actually gonna. I apologize for asking and then assigning it. I actually kind of like the name Magnus now, so I think I'm gonna stick with that. Although apparently I don't get to change this name at the moment. Maybe I have to back out. Am I going crazy? I should be able to edit the name, right? No secondary. Well, of course it doesn't have a secondary item. It can't have a secondary item. Maybe I should just call it the Totally Not Vulcan. God, I remember I screwed this up last time too. Like, there's a really obvious way to name these things, and I genuinely don't remember I feel like such a clown not remembering how to do this. Maybe you have to be in the briefing room for it? That doesn't seem right, though. Oh, this is nuts. Okay, so this allows us to detach the customizable parts. You know what, I'll do that on my own time. Okay, this is going to save me a world of waiting. That is a great touch. Oh, here it is. So the problem is I have no idea how I'm going to get this thing working in the, in the lineup. Like this is nuts. But I kind of like the one thing I sort of wish now is that there was some kind of like a skirmish mode, so I could just like mess around with the mechs that I have. But I don't know. We'll find a little mission to do. Anyways, guys, thank you very much for hanging out with me. It was nice to have such a great representation from Brace Yourself during the stream. Obviously, I am incredibly grateful for being given an opportunity to stream this game. If you are a streamer yourself and you want to... Oh, not at all, Miss Ariella. So actually, okay, I'm curious. I know I'm never going to get you, to play a strategy game, Miss Ariella. What did you think of this? Like, especially because you get to see the really cinematic approach to the turns. Like, is it at least a fun one to watch, or is this just like, oh, System Chalk's playing his System Chalk games again? Because I'm a little curious how this game comes across to people who wouldn't necessarily look twice at it. But yeah, let me just say, like, if you are a streamer and you are, you are interested in this game, I am very often looking to host people at the end of broadcasts with this game. I definitely think this game is deserving of an audience. If you look at the Discord, like, there seem to be a fairly large number of people watching and enjoying the game, so I certainly don't mean to suggest the game is not successful. I suspect really only Brace Yourself is in a position to evaluate that. But with that in mind, like I do very often find that I'm in a position where I would like to hand the game off to to somebody streaming it, and I don't notice the game being streamed as often as I think it should. Like, honestly, I think this game should be streamed as often as XCOM. I think it's really enjoyable, and I think the game just looks great. So just maybe a thought for those of you who are broadcasters. Now, you know what? I have a few different people who I'd like to host tonight. There's never anyone streaming it. You streamed it a few days ago and you were the only one. I had no idea you were a streamer, Pickle Fights. So, for those of you who want to watch more Phantom Brigade, you can check out Pickle Fights' channel. I would love to host Night Valiant tonight, who's doing Subnautica. He was obviously streaming a little bit earlier, but I don't always get a chance to host IntelliGame. I don't know if it's IntelliGame US or IntelliGame US. He has done quite a bit of work with KitFox, who obviously is another Canadian developer that I've got along quite well with. I am going to also impose on you one last time. And I want to see if I can find this game. So there was a local developer that I brought up their game. Their Kickstarter is live now. So they're at a little past 10% funding, which I think is, it's actually probably higher. Yeah, they're at 3,000 of 20,000 now. So I know we're kind of used to seeing, a lot of Kickstarters, they're ones that are they're ones that are, they're ones that are sort of like funded within hours and then they're ready to go. This is definitely not one of those games. There's 28 days to go. I've already backed it. This has been a game that the developers have shown a few times at the local meetups, and I think it really looks interesting to me. I've actually got to play a demo of it. There's also a demo, so that's not as special. I think definitely there's a lot of interesting stuff going on in this game. If it seems interesting to you, and you have the means to support a game like this, I would definitely recommend checking it out. I will definitely tell you, having talked to a couple of people who've run Kickstarters, people do have a tendency to back stuff that they think is going to be successful, and they tend to hold back on games that don't seem like they're going to be ones that like they don't want to fund something that's not going to get supported. So if you are interested in this game, I also mention it because I'm sure a few of you have gone on to Kickstarters and you see these early bird options that like you wonder who in the world finds out about them. Well, this one still has 150 of those left, so you get a $3 off of your backing, $3 Canadian off of the backing. So yeah, if you're interested in this real-time card game, I think Haste looks really interesting. Check out that Kickstarter. If you don't back it, at the very least, I would love it if you can get word around, because this is definitely a local developer that is going to need, is definitely going to need the support. They're first-time developers, so they don't have that backing of kind of a built-in audience like someone like Failbetter will have. And I would really like to see this game get the potential, or realize the potential that it has, because I know every time that they've demoed it at the local meetups, people have been genuinely impressed with what's gone on. So I think this game has every bit of potential ahead of it. But obviously right now they're looking for some funding to help it realize that potential. And those of you who kind of go out, and if you don't back it, at the very least, if you let other people know about it, you can be a part of realizing that success. Anyways, I am going on too long. We are going to raid Intelligame US. He's currently doing fundraising for Palestine. He is also just a very thoughtful streamer. He likes to talk a lot about sort of the themes behind the games that he plays. He's currently doing Tetris Effect, which doesn't necessarily have so many deep themes to be talking about, but it's a rare chance that I get to be able to host him. I hope you all really enjoyed Phantom Brigade. If you're only here for Phantom Brigade, I will be here next week with it. For those of you who just like the sound of my voice, more Hollow Knight on Friday, and then Monday we're going to be continuing on with Stellaris. So until then, thank you very much for watching. I will see some of you within a week or within a couple of days, and until then, have a great evening, and please treat Intelligame US well.